Hey, we're here again. Find a new Bible verse for the day. So let's go read it first. And then we'll look at the video that I have. Gonna be working on this snowman s'more. All the Bondo on it has hardened, so been sanding it most of the morning. Struggling to stay awake while doing it, but sanding it all morning. Um Go to Mark. We're at Mark 13. As he came out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Look, teacher, what wonderful stones, what wonderful buildings." And Jesus said to him, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone upon another that will not be thrown down." As he sat on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter and James and John and Andrew asked him privately, "Tell us, when will these things be, and what will be the signs when all these things are about to be accomplished?" Jesus began to say to them, "See that no one leads you astray. Many will come in my name, saying, 'I am he,' and they will lead many astray. And when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed." Perfect. This must take place, but the end is not yet, for nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes in various places, there will be famines. These are but the beginnings of the birth pains. But be on your guard, for they will deliver you over to councils, and you will be beaten in synagogues, and you will stand before governors and kings for my sake, to bear witness before them. And the gospel must first be proclaimed to all nations. And when they bring you to trial and deliver you over, do not be anxious beforehand what you are to say, but say whatever is given you in that hour, for it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit. And brother will deliver brother over to death, and the father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. Let's see if all this fits. Would like to do all of the red letter, but rely all the songs we play, 'cause then I'll read it again. Yeah, that'll be fine. Keyboard here. Yes, I don't have room for my big one. Oops. Edit, undo, edit, undo, undo. Careful with that. I'll read the rest of the verse. Well, I should read the whole thing over again. One more line I delete. Then a space. arrow keys, but I can. There's a Steel Series Keyworks is one. All right. Five. Okay. Start from the beginning. No, I'll read it all over. All right. Mark 13. Jesus foretells destruction of the temple. And as he came out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Look, teacher, what wonderful stones and what wonderful buildings." And Jesus said to him, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone upon another that will not be thrown down." And as he sat on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter, James, and John, and Andrew asked him privately, "Tell us, when will these things be? And what will be the sign when all of these things are about to be accomplished?" And Jesus began to say to them, "See that no one leads you astray. Many will come in my name, saying, 'I am he,' and they will lead many astray. And when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. This must take place, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes in various places. There will be famines. These things are but the beginning of the birth pains. But be on your guard, for they will deliver you over to councils, and you will be beaten in synagogues, and you will stand before governors and kings for my sake, to bear witness before them. And the gospel must first be proclaimed to all nations. And when they bring you to trial and deliver you over, do not be anxious beforehand what you are to say, but say whatever is given you in that hour, for it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit. And brother will deliver brother over to death, and the father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. But when you see the abomination of desolation standing where he ought not to be, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let the one who is on the housetop not go down, nor enter his house to take anything out. And let the one who is in the field not turn back to take his cloak. And alas, for women who are pregnant and for those who are nursing infants in those days, pray that it may not happen in winter. For in those days there will be such tribulation as has not been from the beginning of creation, that God created until now, and never will be. And if the Lord had not cut short the days, no human being would be saved. But for the sake of the elect whom he chose, he shortened the days. And then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Christ,' or 'Look, there he is,' do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, the elect. But be on guard. I have told you all things beforehand." Here. Hi, Bobby. Yeah, welcome back. I'm reading the Bible to my stream. From the fig tree, learn its lessons as soon as its branch becomes tender and puts out its leaves. You know that summer is near. So also when you see these things taking place, you know that he is near, at the very gates. Truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will not pass away. But concerning that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Be on guard, keep awake, for you do not know when the time will come. It is like a man going on a journey when he comes home and puts his servants in charge, each with his work, and commands the doorkeeper to stay awake. Therefore, stay awake, For you do not know when the master of the house will come, in the evening, or at midnight, or when the rooster crows, or in the morning, lest he come suddenly and find you asleep. What I say to you, I say to all, stay awake. Amen. So there's a lot, a lot of prophecy and a lot of instructions for Christians and believers in that verse. Sorry, I'm talking away from the mic, but it's a good verse for I think what we're dealing with now. All the wars that are happening doesn't mean it's the hour to come, but they're meant to happen. Not because of God's will, but because of man's will to take and own and be their own creator. Oh, I wanted this open. That closed. My medicine's not working too well. At least it knocked me out a little bit today. Anyway, I wanted to watch this video. It's open, mic's working. Hi. No, hey. You stay there. Yeah, it did. Thank you. You just missed me reading the Bible. Mark 13. It's okay. It's recorded. Hi, Eli. What are you doing, naughty boy? All right. I'll pause the music. I'll watch this video. How you doing? Yeah, you got plenty of time, kiddo. All right, let's see what's this got to say. So this is a video about the NFL star Pat Tillman. He ended up leaving the NFL, if I remember correctly. This is about his brother. But Pat Tillman was in the NFL, ended up leaving. Okay. Ended up leaving the NFL to join the military. This was right after 9/11 happened, and he ended up dying in Afghanistan, saving his fellow military men. But this is about his brother, who recently got into some trouble. Obviously, he's dealing with a lot, so we need to send prayers for his family and him.
Tom Gerber went to the Almaden Valley Post Office in San Jose Monday morning to try to mail out this card, but the post office was closed, taped off, and boarded up after authorities say the brother of the late Pat Tillman crashed his car into it early Sunday, flames erupting.
I guess I'm going to come see if the mailman comes to my house. And, I'll put it outside in the box and see if the mailman comes to the house. I don't know if we'll get mail today or not.
San Jose resident Gladys Huerta also stopped by the post office.
I'm shocked. I am just shocked. This is a quiet, peaceful neighborhood.
U.S. Postal inspectors confirmed San Jose police arrested 44-year-old Richard Tillman, booking him into the Santa Clara County Jail. He's a brother of San Jose native and NFL star Pat Tillman, who put his NFL career on hold to enlist in the Army after 9/11. He was killed by friendly fire in Afghanistan in 2004. U.S. Postal Inspector Matthew Orphan says the crash is being investigated as intentional. It's believed Richard Tillman may have also tagged the front of the post office building with a message saying "Viva la Mi."
The same person whose car that was caused the fire and put the graffiti up. The meaning of it is not known, certainly to us.
There are claims Tillman live streamed the crash. A witness says she saw a man standing in the parking lot with a lot of his belongings. This video shows a box near the crash site included a photo of Pat Tillman, somebody near and dear to the San Jose community.
I remember reading about Pat Tillman, and I come from a family of a lot of military people, you know, so
Sad.
that his story, Pat Tillman's story, did impact me.
It was such a sacrifice and such a tragic accident to lose Pat. And of course he was well known, and families lived out here forever, part of the community.
And back here live, you could see the graffiti has been blacked out. They've also taped off the post office as they continue this investigation. Now, any P.O. Box customers are asked to go to the Willow Glen location to get their mail moving forward.
So yeah, obviously he's in quite a bit of trouble for this, and we'll have to deal with the consequences. But
after his 6-day tour of China, the trip the Australian newspaper's Foreign Affairs editor Greg Sheridan described at the weekend as, quote, a huge mistake. He wrote that the trip was simultaneously cringingly subservient and foolishly self-indulgent. Greg Sheridan joins me now. Greg, thanks for coming on the program. What did Anthony Albanese get out of his Chinese trip? And what did Xi Jinping get out of it?
watch it. I'm streaming, boy. You gotta get pants on.
Listen, you have a miss.
And a message?
No, I do. I aced it.
Shoes.
They asked me where they were.
In the top.
I'm a monster. Top shelf.
Thanks. Offer of assistance. But I'm good. I'm just streaming. Stream.
Tell your pants to stick off.
Oh no. That's right. Yeah. I deal with it. Yeah, you guys weren't there that long. I heard you guys leave. Yeah. Iced brownies. That's a first. I've never heard of that. Now we're getting down into the fine sanding. Getting into all the scarf cracks. Yeah, arm's pretty good. When I go to spray paint him, I'm gonna take him down to the garage. Spray paint him down there. Maybe I can live stream from my phone down there. I'm not sure. I could talk to you guys while I'm spray painting him. But that'll only be a short period anyway, so maybe I can just do that and let it set. Put on some cardboard on the floor down there and do that. I'm gonna fine sand him a little bit though too. I got some 180 and 220 grit sandpaper up here with me. My sanding squares. But this pick thing, man, came in so handy getting into like the cracks and cleaning out like spots that didn't really need filled in, and like just giving that defining edge back. How you doing, my lover? Oh no. What does that mean? Oh. Okay. Sit next to me. Can you can hug me and do that. I don't think anybody watching would care. You just came up and hugged me when you wanted to. Oh, I thought you meant like come from behind and hug me. Hello, how's it going, Cameron? Ah. Oh no.
All right, we're back now with that sad entertainment news we mentioned at the top of the hour. A star from The Cosby Show has died.
Malcolm Jamal Warner drowned yesterday
Oh, I remember
while
him.
on
No.
vacation with his family in Costa Rica. He was swimming when a current pulled him deeper into the ocean. People on the beach jumped in and they worked to pull him out, but when first responders arrived, the actor had no vital signs. Warner played Theo Huxtable from 1984 to 1992 on The Cosby Show. He leaves behind a wife and a daughter.
Oh, that's
He was
horrible.
54 years old.
And still pretty active, too, doing
Yeah.
television
Look
shows
good.
and movies. Very sad.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, I want to watch that. Ah, ow, the lefty's losing it.
All right, we're back now with that sad.
Uh,
All right, we're back now. Very sad.
Here we go. What you doing?
Let's start with the WNBA.
Well,
had
they
a
have
humorously
they
named
have
All-Star
cookies!
this weekend.
Right.
And the players
You
all
know,
wore
not
these
for the
absurd
cookies.
t-shirts saying,
They're awful.
pay us what you owe
Baseball.
us. Be careful there, ladies. Be careful what
Yeah,
you wish for.
it's not fun,
The
people.
WNBA
Oh,
loses
now.
$20 million a year. That's how much they lost in 2024.
Yeesh.
And that's with the Caitlin Clark effect that boosted interest and attendance at games. But it seems the activists dominate this league, and sadly, the WNBA is a highly political product. Sadly, some of these ladies are economically illiterate. Here is Brittany Sykes holding up a sign that says paid the players paid, and their entire league is propped up by the NBA.
Have any viewership? They need to do more advertisement for the WNBA. Maybe people will want to watch it. I don't know.
Collier.
Put in the blood, sweat, and tears for the new money that's coming in, and so we feel like
You're getting paid to play basketball too on top of it all. I
New money coming
don't
in,
know.
but it's not enough to cover the costs. If these players understood basic maths,
Trying to
the
live like
t-shirts
life
would be
of
saving
rock stars.
below the NBA money. The WNBA players are often their own worst enemies. They are always, well, many of them are always playing the victim and engaging in political activism that alienates the majority of sports fans. And they
Yeah,
suffer
true.
from delusions of grandeur. The sport is growing, but other than Caitlin Clark, most sports fans couldn't name a single
Gonna be streaming
WNBA
tonight,
player.
Carmen?
And the brilliant Shane Gillis used that to his advantage when he was hosting ESPN's The ESPYs, the Excellence in Sports Performance Awards.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players.
What? Yeah. Oh.
That's crazy. You clapped for that.
Watch you.
They did clap for that, an audience of sports stars and fans, and even
Whoa.
they didn't know. Now to some happy news, and the unfunniest flog on television has just had his show cancelled. Yes, Stephen Colbert, the host of a show that was losing $40 to $50 million a year, a show that had a massive team of writers and producers, and still managed to be painfully unfunny and nasty. Here is
Same jokes.
Stephen Colbert.
Don't stop my microphone.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as President of the United States. I know. Listen, we're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it. I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again. And then I cried with joy. After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
And despite the fact that this
I never really watched Colbert.
program with a dwindling audience was losing bundles of money, the left have somehow convinced themselves that Stephen Colbert was sacked because of Trump's dictatorial powers. This was some sort of a political...
Kill Diva.
How long do all of the voices against this horrific administration have in terms of their careers and ability to make...
Rosie O'Donnell.
Because this madman...
Shouldn't she start be dealing with, like, Irish problems?
Mentally incapacitated...
Out of American issues? Now that she left the country because she didn't want to deal with it.
Mentally ill man is spiraling out of control. His dementia is out of control. His
I think she's got a little bit of dementia.
regulation, which she has none of to begin with, is missing.
Oh, poor Rosie. She really is a broken fool. It almost feels bad mocking her. Almost. Let's hear now from actress Jamie Lee Curtis, who also sees some sort of a conspiracy here. Apparently, it's all about shutting down dissent.
It's bad. He's a great, great guy. They just cut NPR and, public broadcasting. Yes, they're trying to silence people, but that won't work. Won't work.
Who's ringing my doorbell?
Get louder.
Oh, Jamie, you silly girl. As if the taxpayer, the American taxpayer, is obliged to fund the hard left activism of PBS or NPR. But the most moronic rant goes to a dude who calls himself a Charlemagne. He actually calls himself Charlemagne the God. This is his fact-free, hysterical, and diabolically stupid take.
Canceling Colbert is an obvious move to appease Donald Trump. And I need to tell y'all something. If you don't think we are under a regime with an authoritarian strategy, you are bugging. This is textbook.
Maybe he was just losing money. That's capitalism for you.
Power in a few hands, intimidate through punishment or removal. And you know what that usually does? Shuts people to F up. Okay, tightens control over public discourse, sends a message to all media outlets that criticism cost you access, approval, editorial control.
Yeah, but when you're lying and criticizing, there's the issue. It's okay to criticize. I don't agree with everything Trump does.
Hilarious, unintentionally hilarious, and what the kids call projection, because what he described there is in fact precisely what the left does. Not the free speech loving right. Here is Charlemagne the God being schooled by Larry Elder a couple of years ago. This is my favorite clip of his. This is where he tries to isolate the Republican, and it does not go well for him.
In America, 60% of
whose is this?
robberies and homicides.
Is it mommy's? Where's this from?
You can't blame it on poverty. You can't blame it on racism.
Not mommy's. Probably my court.
And neither side is talking about it.
Let me ask you a question. What do white people do wrong?
Hang on, I gotta get up and do something.
White people, I'm worried about what's going on with us.
But if there's systemic
Michael.
racism in this country, which we know it is.
No, I don't say there is. You say there is. I don't believe that.
Yeah, you can hold me. Give me a second. Let me vacuum.
That they are of color and are reminded by an unexpected act of racism.
I'm a acutely aware, Charlemagne, that I'm a black person, just as you are a black person. And when Joe Biden insulted you by saying, you ain't really black, we don't know whether or not you want to vote for me or vote for Donald Trump. And Joe Biden has lied for decades about his civil rights record, claiming that he desegregated movie theaters and restaurants in Wilmington, Delaware, when he didn't do any of that. And he came in here and told you aren't even black and let you think a certain kind of way. It seemed to me that should have been a wake-up call for you, but it wasn't, apparently.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and let's start with Anna Navarro. She's not only one of the miserable mavens of The View, but she also shares her unpleasant and uninformed invective on CNN, where she dismisses certain opinions based on gender and race. How progressive.
Also, I want to respond to you saying that I was hyperbolic when I talked about a reign of terror.
That is hyperbolic.
No, it might be hyperbolic for you as a white man.
Oh, okay.
It's certainly not hyperbolic for me as a
racist
Latino. No, I'm not being racist.
It's to dismiss my opinion for being a white
No,
man.
I'm not dismissing your opinion. I am telling you that what the Latino community, the brown community in America.
Speak in one voice.
Okay, well, let me speak with my voice. I mean, you said I was being hyperbolic. Let me respond.
Racially, sure.
I'm not. You being a white man as an insult.
When you invoke it to dismiss my
being a white man as an insult.
When you invoke it.
Do you think Latinos are living under circumstances that other people may not be right now in this country?
There she goes again, pretending every member of the Latino community is illegal and fearful of being deported. As for her being blatantly sexist and racist in that instance, well, it was
all right, buddy. 1 second, then you can come sit with me. I just got to plug something in.
Rescue Anna and defend her bigotry. Wonder if she'd do that if a man
Brownies?
dismissed Navarro's
Brownies.
opinion because of her gender and race.
Brownies sound good. I had like 2 orange creamsicle pops when I got up. I just had such a sweet tooth.
I don't think that's an insult.
She basically said I'm wrong because I'm a white
she
man.
just said I see it. I see it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the medicine is helping.
Which is not an insult. It's not, and it's also not a racial insult.
Say what now, Abby? Nice attempt at gaslighting, but we just heard Anna being racial. It wasn't the difference in opinion that was ugly. It was the racist, sexist reason behind it.
As a white man?
Now let's go to Anna's View co-host, Sunny Hostin, who exemplifies the left so beautifully, so unprincipled, so inconsistent, so utterly devoid of anything resembling a good faith argument. Let's see her go from claiming anyone who wants the Epstein list released is a reckless conspiracy theorist. That's when the Democrats were in power. But now that Trump is in power, well, she's had a dramatic change of heart. And let's thank Maisel Moore again for this superb clip.
People were dying for this information. There was some sort of list that everybody thought was going to come out, and who's on the list. What's important for us to note is we shouldn't be repeating names that are on the list, because just because your name has not on the list, but in the documents, just because your name is on the documents doesn't mean that you have done anything criminally irresponsible or illegal or civilly irresponsible.
Yeah, I'm trying to get stuff done that I've wanted to do. It's not like I'm getting up and like moving so much, but like
reflect Epstein's sexual assaults of women and his sexual behavior. So I think that
Right.
and Ghislaine also and Ghislaine. And so being named in this suit does not equate to being accused of wrongdoing.
I
And
gotta
think that
shave
is
it.
extremely important
But
because
when I let it grow in, my skin gets all red. But when I shave it, it makes my face all.
there is a list.
Mhm.
Trump's name is on the logs, the passenger logs of Epstein's aircraft at least 7 times. That's already been made public. I mean, of course, Trump is doing. And I think that is extremely important because conspiracy theorists seem to not understand or enjoy facts.
Do have to take a lot more breaks from sanding than I normally would have, but
Trump's name is on the logs, the passenger logs of Epstein's
Yeah.
aircraft at least 7 times. That's already been made public. I mean, of course, Trump is denying any, any and all allegations, but all of that information is out there. Why not just put it to rest and say, release the list?
And let's stick with the ladies of The View. Whoopi Goldberg is unhappy again. This time she's attacking her own, including Mark Cuban and even Barack Obama, who have advised the left, they've advised the Democrats.
probably I can check in a second. Where am I at now? Oh. Then I don't need to reply. Nope. I'm good right now with that therapist that I have.
Okay, that's good.
That's rating your transaction. When did you order? It wasn't that. With your mom when your mom was here? Before that. I'm just check.
It said that they emailed you confirmation email, so I was like, so those two things came.
By July 17th.
So all that came.
Oh, this has it?
I think that.
Oh, all of it's come.
Okay, everything's here.
3 things, and then the 4th. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Where? That's it. That's my Twitch. Wait. You get high. Oh, it's boss. What's up, boss? Why didn't I see you on that? That's weird. Oh, there it is. Nah, my mic's a little far away. It's probably cutting in and out because I have my I have it up a little far so I can see the screen and work on stuff. See, I have to move closer to it. Yeah, it's the noise gate. I have the noise gate up higher because of the kids. What's up? How you doing, man?
To stop whining so much. Whoopi is outraged. She wants to keep whining incessantly.
Let me remind everybody who
Oh, the whooper.
Marching when we had the giant marches that went on. It was the people. The people went out. They were not navel gazing. It was older people who were saying, why are you touching my Social Security? It was not people whining.
Whoopi, you don't need Social Security. You've made millions. Shut up. Instead, I think fat people shouldn't be on it, and I should be able to get it instead.
A dramatic change of heart, almost Sonny Hostin-like. He's gone from berating men, claiming that only sexism is
Good, boss. How's the mortal world? You still playing, or are you back to CS? I'm planning on resubbing whenever I start making money again, or getting money coming in. So if you have a Twitch Prime, I'm kidding. Don't use your Prime on me. I don't have emotes or anything made. I need to see if Dodo's buddy can make me emotes. Cal.
Gosh, I can't believe that.
But unfortunately, I can't pay him either.
Obama has had a change of heart. He's changed his tune. Here he is rooting for men on Michelle Obama's podcast. He explains that boys and men feel like they're not being valued.
And I would argue that some of the broad political trends we've seen, not just in this country, but around the world, have to do
It's not good. The abilities kind of mess up the game a little bit, or not really make any difference.
Feeling as if they are seen, feeling as if they count, and that then makes them more interested in appeals by folks who say, you know what, the reason you don't feel respected is because women have been doing this, or this group has been doing this, or that group's been doing this, and that is not a that's not a healthy place to be.
Now, in the past, we've talked
Of course, there's bugs. They don't test anything out fully.
Her words, not mine.
They need to let the test server run for like a month, so that you guys can find bugs. But there's not enough players to even test the server, so maybe if they offer like $10 to people to play on the test server or something, or maybe even like free subscription, or have the test server be free to play.
Now, to give her credit, she doesn't directly blame.
You don't have to have a sub to play on the test server.
But we all know who's to blame.
I want to drink. I want to numb it. I don't want to feel it.
How old are you? You look like you're 12, but your face says it's like 40 or 50.
Will help you feel better. Is to just feel the feelings. Get through.
I see 50.
Have a good cry. And yet I can't cry.
Joining me now is president of the Center for the American Experiment and founder of the popular Powerline blog, John Hinderaker. John, let's start with the White House investigating.
No idea, but she looked weird.
AutoPen with senior administration officials reviewing.
She looked 12, but looked 50 at the same time.
Turned over by the National Archives and Records Administration.
It's just Sky News. They're playing on loop right now. I like listening to her.
About the AutoPen, he told the New York Times he hadn't personally signed the orders, including those last presidential pardons, because there was a lot of.
How do you like the snowman? It's going to be a light.
What do you make of this story?
Yeah, that lady was a Biden person.
Well, Rita, first of all, Joe Biden got a hold of the New York Times and gave them an interview.
Gotta paint it. That's next. Just sanding, getting things smoothed down.
Their version out in front of the story. And it is ironic that Joe Biden
Put Bondo on it. Or I don't know what you guys call it. Yeah, man. 3D printing. My dad's looking at getting me a filament printer so I can start doing other style prints, which will be fun. I got a whole bunch of stuff that I want to print from this website here. Let's see. That's all the stuff I've already downloaded. But like they have like desk hubs that I want to like print, but that's more a filament printer's job. They have like cosplay stuff. I figured that'd be a cool kid toy. Sell. But then they have like armrests, like these are more girly, but headphone clips. Be like Diva. Different magnets. Chopstick holders for those that are chopstick limited. Cool stuff. Yeah, and then all these kid toys. Katana. I just want to make that to make that. It looks pretty cool. And if I could actually get like LED lights in the blade, make it light up like Genji's. And then they have an actual working siege tower or a trebuchet. So that for the mortal players. Yggdrasil. Some fountains and stuff that I can make. And then just different masks. Oh, bookmarks. I'm gonna I think this is my next print, but I gotta wait till I'm printing gray to print the bookmarks. And then a lantern. The Kabuto helmet will be awesome to make too, but that's more of a filament, not a resin. Resin will be too heavy. Oni mask, that's more filament, that's too heavy to make with resin. I might be able to make it with resin, just have to really modify it. Since I've switched medicines, not so much. Rivals is really, any video game other than Mortal at this point has really just made me dizzy playing it. I can play a match or two usually. And then I'm done. Can't play anymore, I just get dizzy and have to lay down or recline. So, but I've been playing the Gundam game a little bit. Played 2 matches here or there, but that's because that's new and I just love Gundam so much. The what's it called? Mecha Break. That's actually pretty fun. It has a cool 6v6 mode. It's free to play as well, but I don't know if they have it in EU. They probably do. Yeah, but it kind of died off. I guess because of the paywall, but it's free to play, but there's no, you don't get anything really, like, it's not pay to win by any means. You just get cosmetics with the paywall, but you still get free cosmetics, so people just like to complain. But it's a cool game. I'll probably play that later, once this goes down to paint. You still with the same guild? Or ruling the world? One blue player at a time. I got the keycaps printed out too. Okay. Holy cow, 2 books. What books did you get? Handles, I take it? Oh, Daggerhead, okay. Nice. Oh, good money. I wanna come back to play. Just need to get money settled out yet and have other priorities to handle before I come back and play Mortal. Because I'd want to come back and play on both of my accounts. I like switching back and forth between the Death Knight and the mages. I can't play a mage all day long. But I highly doubt. I don't know if Ashen Crest will ever get back off its feet. It's pretty much destroyed now. I think even my house is gone, and I know the castle or the stronghold's gone up north. It was sieged down by Wolfsight. Kippy told me. Oh well. It's the name of the game. Especially if you end up taking a break. At least I know where stuff's at and how to get myself money again. So just untag and go out and do stuff. Maybe join a guild. I don't know what guild I'd join though. Maybe I'll join a guild that I can go get Gabor. How much they're charging? Holy cow. Just play the lottery. Yeah, I should. I was thinking about it before my sub ran out, but I don't know. A difficult choice or decision for me. Not that they really care about RMTers that much anymore, do they? They want as many people to play the game as they can. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do Ogmium. Then I have to worry about Rune Carney coming up and killing me as a dog. Now, I think I just saw somebody pop on the Marvels and it made me think about it a little bit. I think the other thing that made me stop playing Marvels is I kind of hit Masters, or GM, which is where I was aiming for anyway, and now my goals are like met in that game, so I don't really feel like playing it. Yeah, alright, man, I'll catch you later. I did think about RMTing in Mortal. I mean, it's lucrative. People actually do it, but I don't know. The player base, so little. Such a tight-knit community. Everybody knows who's who, you know. Have to have a third account to RMT, really. I wouldn't want to do it on my main accounts.
people he was pardoning. They would talk about people by category. And the story is Biden would say, oh, yeah, pardon everyone in that category. And then they'd have a list of, 1,000 people and they'd work the AutoPad. And the whole process is it's outrageous. And one thing you'll notice, Rita, is that Joe Biden did sign his family's pardons personally. He knew about those pardons and he did sign.
Well, I think that is a tell right there. I think that was a mistake on his part. If you're going to use the auto pen, then don't make an exception for family members. Oh, my goodness. I think that's the greatest scandal of modern American history, the fact that there was a president in the Oval Office who was so cognitively impaired that we really don't know who was running the country. Let's go to a story that impacts Australia, with President Donald Trump planning to increase the tariff rate on pharmaceutical imports to the US. Last year, Australia exported around $2.1 billion of medicinal and pharmaceutical products to the US, but that may change with President Trump determined to see manufacturing return to the US.
Pharmaceuticals will be tariffed probably at the end of the month, and we're going to start off with a low tariff and give the pharmaceutical companies a year or so to build, and then we're going to make it a very high tariff because we got to move them in. Look, there's two ways you do it. You make money or you have them move here so they don't have to pay the tariff. Those are the two ways. The pharmaceutical companies are moving back to America where they should be.
John, it may not be great for Australia, but he's not the president of Australia, and he wasn't elected on an Australia First platform. He was elected on an America First platform, and this is precisely what he campaigned on, returning manufacturing to the US.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So part of what's going on here is that we import a huge percentage of our pharmaceuticals, especially our generics, from China. And that's just unacceptable. We can't be in a situation where the Chinese, at best a rival, if not an adversary of the U.S., are in a position to cut off our pharmaceuticals. And yet that's the position that we're in. And I think to some extent, Australia might be a little bit caught in the crossfire here. I don't mind Australia producing drugs for the U.S., but I don't want to rely on the Chinese for it.
No, well said. And I've got to say, our government hasn't exactly covered itself in glory in dealing with the US. We've got an ambassador who's on record saying terrible things about Donald Trump, and the Prime Minister and some of his ministers also. So we are, I think, we're in the freezer at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately.
On to the Jeffrey Epstein.
I would like to go to visit Australia. There's a lot of places I'd want to go visit, but
there's no change to her position on Jeffrey Epstein.
now's not the time.
She could release more files. Do you see this as an issue, John, that could fracture Trump's supporter base? And why aren't we seeing more information released?
Well, I hope not, Rita. I think we should start with the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat. He contributed to Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer, a bunch of other Democrats. The only politician that he's known to have had a relationship with that was at all significant was Bill Clinton. So it's ironic that this hot potato is now dropping in the lap of a Republican administration that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. But what I think is going on here, Rita, is that there are voluminous investigative files related to Epstein. Now, investigative files are never released. They aren't released, and they shouldn't be. They're full of false accusations, of hearsay, of people telling the police things that might be embarrassing about their observations of a crime or whatever, but are not criminal. And it's important that people be able to talk to the police without worrying that anything I say might show up in the newspapers in a couple of years. So I think that's what's happening. Yeah, there are files, but they are the kind of investigative files that are just never released.
But there was so much evidence. Jeffrey Epstein was known to have cameras in so many rooms in his mansions and on the island, and there was just all this evidence that was captured at some point, and you expect to see something out of that. You expect to see some of the influential, rich, powerful people that he had in his orbit exposed, but to have nothing, I think I can understand why there's a lot of people who are unhappy about it. On Jeffrey Epstein,
Yeah, I get that.
former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett has
I didn't really follow the Epstein thing too closely, though.
that he was a part of Mossad in any way. John, what do you make of that? I'm not sure that even that is going to convince too many people who are interested in this case. Again, there's so much mystery surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's rise to incredible wealth and influence. That's something that we're still not 100% clear on.
Well, Rita, maybe somebody else knows something that I don't, but I'm not aware of any evidence whatsoever that Jeffrey Epstein had anything to do with the Mossad. That is something that was just tossed out there by Tucker Carlson with no supporting evidence whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I know, there isn't any. So
Loopy Tucker.
some evidence that somehow links Epstein to the Israeli government, I'd like to see it. But as far as I know, it doesn't exist.
Now, it's
The LA County Sheriff's Department is now trying to determine how 3 deputies were killed on Friday during an explosion at a training facility. The deputies who were killed are being remembered for their decades of service. KTLA's Eric Spillman, live in East LA with more. Eric, good morning.
Well, good morning, Frank. We're getting some new information about what may have led up to the explosion that killed those 3 sheriff's deputies. It comes from a source connected to the Sheriff's Homicide Bureau. It is unconfirmed. We've not been able to confirm it. However, here is what the source is saying. On Thursday of last week, members of the Sheriff's Arson Explosives Detail were called to an apartment building in Santa Monica to dispose of 2 military grenades that were found there. Apparently, they had been kept there by a former member of the U.S. military who stole them during their training. Now, according to the source, the deputies recovered the grenades, x-rayed them on the scene, and believed that they were inert. They then loaded them onto their truck and drove them back here to East LA, where their unit is headquartered. Now, our source says the following morning, here in East LA at the Biscayne Center, the deputies in the Arson Explosives Unit, believing that the grenades were inert, in other words, that they would not explode because the items had already been x-rayed. Excuse me while that fire truck goes by. They believed that they would not explode because they'd already been x-rayed. Our source says these deputies decided to cut one of the grenades in half as a training exercise in order to examine and show what was inside of it. That is when the device exploded, killing the 3 deputies. So, according to the source, it was a tragic mistake or accident that caused those 3 men to lose their lives. Again, this is coming from a source within the Sheriff's Department. I spoke to Sheriff's Headquarters Bureau just moments ago. They're not able to confirm the source's information. They say the explosion is still under investigation. They are not able to comment. Now, the deputies who were killed had a combined 74 years of experience in the Sheriff's Department. Joshua Kelly Eklund became a deputy in 2006. He leaves behind a wife and 7 children. Detective Victor Lemus joined the Sheriff's Department in 2003. He was married and a father of 3 daughters. Detective William Osborne was a longtime arson investigator who has worked for the department since 1992. He leaves behind a wife and 6 children. We've been asking about whether there will be a public memorial for these 3 deputies. Plans for that have not yet been announced, but if they do have such a thing, such a ceremony, a public ceremony, and I believe they will, they're going to need a very large venue because a lot of people have been very much saddened by what happened, and they would want to attend such an event. We'll send it back to you.
Gotta look underneath my microphone. I keep turning it off.
Insight already
Okay, that's that was horrible. A horrible accident. At least I hope it was an accident. Well, those that are watching, don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are. Except for Twitch, you can just follow there or follow on those pages. Some are follow, some are subscribe. I don't know what they are. YouTube subscribe. Twitch primes are always welcome, but never needed. No, I guess they are needed at this point. I need to try to save this house one way or another. And it ain't like somebody's gonna pop up and give me like 10K to pay for a house, so. So anything's welcome. I'm working on getting Social Security and other things for disability. Since my legs don't work, my wrist doesn't work. Not very long anyway. I can barely stand without pain in my lower back anymore. Let's look at the Twitch drama.
This just happened less than 24 hours ago. Denims sacrifices their Reddit and Discord mods to save her own skin. Denims has sold her community out, sold her biggest defenders out to save herself. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know from someone a part of the Hassan orbiter, someone like Denims herself.
Not a big fan of Hassan, so
I don't know what will. Let's get into it.
just think he's a trash duper.
Community, the moment it was the moment she could have helped anyone else besides herself, absolutely not. Absolutely not. She fucked over here. Tier 3 subs. God, he's so handsome. He's so handsome. Hey.
As predicted, the disloyalty is already shining through.
Yep. We're going to turn it up a little bit.
In the Ethan Klein lawsuits.
This sanding sponge is nice. Actually helps with laying hand and wrist.
Throwing the Reddit and Discord mods under the bus immediately in one of her first court filings, sacrificing them to the legal corn of the Ethan Klein lawsuit. Of course, I mean,
I want to remind you that this woman has made hundreds of thousands of dollars of selling her body for money to these very people, and then is now throwing people who have no money, no life, no jobs, to the jackals, the people that she has supported and said, yes, continue to do this, continue to do this, continue to do this. And the moment she had an opportunity to fuck them over to save her own skin, she did it because she reacts to all the content. She encourages everything they're saying.
We're gonna mess with a Fox thing here and try to get print all in one and see how that works.
Crazy, right? She threw away her own community. Hey guys, are you enjoying being a Denims fan now? This is great, huh? And don't worry, guys. Hassan will never do that to you too. Don't worry about it, guys.
Oh, I think I forgot to share.
and this is Legal Minds, where we teach you to be your own judge.
And here's what they need
Share to X.
To all of their Discord mods, to all of their Twitch mods, to all of the Reddit mods, you better take those DMs that you have of them, and you better give them to anybody who asks to save your own skin. Because they would do the exact same thing to you. So you better get ahead of it. You better get ahead of it. Because they're coming after you legally if you do not do something about this.
Legally.
Already we are having updates in this case. Now we've had the multiple cases, obviously Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron, and we're going to be following those bit by bit.
I genuinely love it.
As I've said, in the legal world, in the legal jungle.
And if you don't want to deal with any of these other streamers' nonsense, just go in there and type W Tectone or Tectone Goat, and you'll get banned immediately anyway. So enjoy that. Thanks a lot.
Every man or woman for themselves. Now, many people like to talk about, one for all for one. We're all in this together. We're all part of a big
Yeah. Sure.
We're all in this together until it becomes
Until it becomes a legal problem.
and then you're underneath the bus. Ain't that right?
That may be well and good in the realm of feelings or in the realm of streaming or whatever else. But once you're in the courtroom legally, whether you like it or not, these defendants are all in it for themselves.
Yep. Can I tell you someone who's not in it for themselves? Andrew Esquire. Can I tell you why that is? I can now prove to you why Andrew Esquire is not doing his channel for clout. He is not doing his channel for money. Undeniable proof.
Who's that?
If he were to have
Who's Andrew Esquire? No idea.
literally
Is this him?
second longer and made it an 8-minute video, this video would have received 120% more ad revenue. But unless you make it to 8 minutes, you can't put a mid-roll. So this guy literally is doing this just in the name of justice.
Oh, okay.
Man, bro, this is a great
Legal mindset is him.
Each defendant will need to have their own individual counsel because ultimately their responsibility to defend themselves falls on solely them. They can't rely on these other people. And I know that maybe these Discord mods, these Reddit mods looked at Denims, looked at Casey Tron, looked at Frogan, and saw these massive legal funds. They saw all this money in those legal funds, and they thought that was going to go to help them as well. They thought that would help their case, that would help them fight back against what they want to fight back against. That's not happening at all, and we have receipts today showing that Denims has already done this. So in this court filing, in this case, of course,
Tuck, move your camera.
That's Ethan Klein. I'll just refer to TEI as Ethan Klein, California Corp against Alexandra Marwer.
He's not going to move the camera. He can't hear me.
And the
Oh, well.
1 through 10, which are the mods. So this is a joint stipulation granting plaintiff, that's Ethan, leave to serve third-party subpoenas prior to the Rule 26F.
Bring your chair over.
What this is Ethan Klein wanted
Oh, move that chair. Yeah, move that chair. That's right there. You want me to help?
Fast track subpoenaing these mods. And this is not something that is necessarily 100% granted all the time. There are things they could fight back. There are things they could push back against.
That is a grade A
this isn't
retard.
something they necessarily have to agree to. But when you look at it here, when you look at the actual document and you see what happened, these guys talk. So obviously Ethan Klein and the attorneys for Denims had a conversation after Denims was served with a complaint. So
Essentially,
Denims
we want
received
this
the complaint.
information, and
The
you
complaint
legally have
is
to give
the
it to us.
list of everything that Ethan Klein is alleging against Denims. They contacted Ethan Klein's lawyers to discuss preliminary matters related to the case. Here's the sauce. The counsel for Klein responded to the counsel for Denims and explained their intention to file an ex parte application for expedited discovery. So faster than normal discovery against Reddit and Discord for obtaining personal information. So we're talking names, emails, whatever information that Reddit and Discord have, any information they have.
Yeah, these victims, in their minds, Denims and Frogan and Casitron, they need to settle immediately. Because the moment that this gets to discovery, I mean this generally, their lives and their careers are straight up. They need to be on their knees begging it does not make it to discovery. They will be absolutely fucked bad. Once again, their next video will be on Pornhub called Ethan Klein Fucked Us legally.
They're going to turn it over. Of the H3 Snark mods, prior to the conference of the council under Federal Rule Procedure 26F.
What's a snark
the
Reddit?
counsel for Denims responded
A snark Reddit is essentially insert snark Reddit memes. Reddits that are dedicated to destroying someone's life. So it's against Reddit's TOS. They don't ban them for whatever reason because for some reason companies have a hard time of applying their TOS fairly, which has been a common trend lately. But yeah, this Reddit was dedicated to ruining Ethan's life, his wife's life, his kid's life, and they didn't ban it. So now Ethan is taking this matter to his own hands, which might actually set him up to have a lawsuit against the company itself.
Counsel for Klein to set up a time to confer. They agreed to confer on July 1st. On July 1st, the Council for the Parties conducted a telephonic meet and confer regarding the ground. So they talked on July 1st. The Council for Denims agreed.
He's sitting here. Just not correctly.
Discovery from Reddit and Discord to obtain their personal identifying information.
Imagine that.
To name them in the complaint and serve them.
Yep.
They've agreed to enter into the joint stipulation to grant Klein leave to serve these subpoenas.
Title of the video: Denim's life is fucked. Her career is over.
So,
bro, who in the would continue watching a
Don't follow it. No. Thank you for the follow. I smoke real. And Lucy, thank you for the follow, I guess. Hey, what the camera, kid? Science. Right here. Do you like science, kiddo? Oh no, what's happening with pirate software now?
Hi everybody and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I want to publish this video because I want to clarify one thing that keeps coming up. I am now almost 3 years into my YouTube adventure, and I have forever seen comments asking me if I am now a Christian, if I am becoming a Christian, if I will soon convert to Christianity.
Okay, your show's working.
They come from different backgrounds. They come from Christians who know I'm a Christian, or who are just curious. I don't know, maybe...
Yeah, what do you have mommy's phone?
Or atheists and other non-Christians who want to criticize me and therefore ask me if I'm becoming a Christian or not. Or Muslims who accuse me of becoming a Christian or working for Christians or playing into the hands of Christianity and so on. And I keep saying this. And now that I have published 2 or 3 videos recently that deal with Christianity and with refuting the Islamic Muslim claims about Christianity and about Jesus, people have brought up again the idea that I may become a Christian. And I appreciate people inviting me to Christianity. I also appreciate people telling me that I should not convert to Christianity. They all have their own good wills and good reasons. And of course, I also appreciate Muslims making accusations about me being a secret Christian or working for Christians and all of that. Just kidding, I don't appreciate that one. I don't really care, I got used to it, it's so pathetic. Whatever. Where do I stand on Christianity? Well, very honestly, I was closer to Christianity before, several years ago, than I am today, to be very honest. In 2019, when I started having anxiety and anxiety attacks, which came together with some very depressive phases, around that time, I felt like I wanted to believe in something again. I want to be part of a community, a good community. I want to have hope in something greater. I want to talk to an entity. I want to talk to God. I want to thank God. I want to ask God for help or for forgiveness. There were those times that
Sanding dust all over the place.
to certain religious sentiments, and I played with the idea of believing in Christianity. The thing is that it is not really a decision to make, to say, hey, I like Christianity, I want to become a Christian, so yeah, here, now I am a Christian. It all depended on whether I believe in Christianity or not. So at that time, I tried to explore Christianity and tried to explore the idea of God once more. It was a long struggle, it was a long phase. I deeply thought about it, read a lot about it, listened to a lot of things, had a lot of discussions, and eventually I came to the conclusion that I simply cannot believe in the existence of the one God, and that I simply cannot believe in the message of Christianity. And I'm sure that I will have more discussions and debates about this very topic. I am even in contact with certain Christian apologists that I am planning on having
David Wood.
certain discussions and debates with over the next months. Not as a hint, not because I could be convinced by them and convert to Christianity. That is not the main point here. The point is that I simply like having these discussions and I like talking about religion. Because I
Those
like
discussions are good.
in religion. It stimulates my brain. So when it comes to
I like those discussions too, AP. Don't worry.
certain at this point that I do not believe in it, that I cannot believe in it, that I don't see how I could possibly believe in it. And I am very much convinced of that. When I analyze and criticize Islam and I talk about Christianity, and it looks like I'm talking favorably about Christianity, then what I mostly do is to analyze Christianity in comparison to Islam and to look at which one is better and which one is worse, morally seen, for example. Or what I very often do, most often do, is I look at certain Islamic claims about Christian teachings or about biblical Abrahamic beliefs. And I analyze Christianity and Judaism. I analyze biblical Abrahamic beliefs and then present how Islam is ignorant about those beliefs and how Islam is very unsophisticated in comparison to those beliefs. Let's be honest, the Bible, which is
Islam's very medieval.
takes 7 times, 8 times more longer to read than the Quran, is much more sophisticated, has much more history, much more great stuff to say than the Quran, which is a poorly written book. I can say this because this is what I think. This is what I think is a fact. But just because I say this, that doesn't mean that
Don't be drinking all my tea there, boy.
Christianity and end up believing in Christianity and that I want to give my life to Christianity. I'm simply pointing out certain facts and certain observations and emotions. I also think that Buddhism, for example, is much better than Islam when it comes to existential questions or questions of suffering and life and death. I am simply not an anti-theist who is opposed to religion and religions. I don't hate religions. I sympathize with certain aspects of Christianity. I like diving into Christianity. I like reading certain Christian things. I like listening to some Christian music. No, stop. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Christian pop music or Christian rock or anything like that. What I'm talking about is traditional stuff. Please don't.
I like traditional stuff too, but I some of the rock bands, man, are really good.
Songs about Jesus.
Come on, EP.
Come back. Please, no. No offense if you do this.
Not a big pop music fan,
I
though.
can lengthily explain why I don't dislike or why I don't hate religion. I wanted to do something about that long ago. That is a topic that deserves much more attention. So when it comes to Christianity, I personally have not encountered any reason to believe in it, because to me, sympathizing with something or liking something or wanting something even is entirely, completely different, completely separate from believing that a certain thing is true. I could never follow something again unless I am fully convinced that it is true. And I may die like this. But hey, no hard feelings. Don't have hard feelings for me. I don't have any hard feelings for you. I respect everyone's life, everyone's life choices. As long as I stay loyal to honesty and to truth, I don't see any reason why anyone should have a problem with my beliefs and where I stand on. I hope this clarifies it. One thing that I just want to point out and that I want to ask for is, many Muslims point out that the only reason I don't criticize Christianity, for example, is that I want Christians to pay me. And that may be one thing that they're right about. So even if I'm not converting to Christianity, even if I don't join Christianity, dear Christians, please pay me. Please give me money. And Jews, Zionists, I will never forget you. Please do not stop supporting me. Please, guys, I'm doing this for you. And Freemasons and Illuminati. What happened to Illuminati?
Yeah, what did happen to Illuminati? Where's the Illuminati like conspiracy theorist at?
Stay away from Islam.
Unfortunately, I think that's gone to some deep Christian, far-right Christian groups. This is a good testimony. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I saw a short of it. I gotta watch this whole thing off stream, but I would tell you guys go check out Apologetics Roadshow and go just look at his testimony. Dr. David Wood was a jailbird at one time. See what Tim has to say about the Colbert Show. I can't believe it was losing that much money, though. It's a lot of money to lose.
Make this make sense. Have you ever asked yourself, where does the money come from? Liberal critics cry foul, but the CBS late night show reportedly had a budget north of $100 million per season. I don't care. I'm going to go full conspiracy. I think this is part of the machine apparatus to propagandize and manipulate. And that's why Colbert, every single night, is anti-Trump. No matter what Trump does, Trump is always bad. And they weren't making money doing it. So make it make sense. One word.
Yeah.
Let me say that again. Every leftist, every liberal, every institutional media outlet, make it make sense that Colbert was losing money and choosing to be politically divisive, sabotaging half his base. This makes no sense to me. I saw this story, and it makes no sense. Here's how you play it. I run a media company, okay? I know where my money comes from, and we don't lose $40 million a year. That's insane. How do you
A lot of money to lose.
Subsidizing Colbert. It's political. Now, it may not be that the CIA is doing it. It may not be the Democrats are doing it. It may be that high-up execs and powerful people at CBS are like, we're okay with losing $40 million a year as a political spend against the Republicans. There's my point. See, every day I look through the books. I have to know how much money we make per video, how much we make per advertisement. We're in a lull season. These things happen, but the show operates because we run a business. And then you get all the lies and the manipulations. Colbert, every single night, without missing a beat, is anti-Donald Trump. This is going to split your audience in half. And if you're doing late-night TV to 3 million 68-year-olds, that's the average age. So it's about, I think
I'm ready to watch it. I think I'm ready to prime. We'll see. I'm going to run the pick through all tracks and just make sure the details are good.
Do you lose that money? First question I have for CBS. Where's that money coming from? Second, why are you okay with losing this much money for this long? They say a new report has put in the spotlight on the finance of The Late Show. Puck News' Matt Maloney reported the late night show has been losing more than $40 million a year. Late Show, with its topical humor and celebrity interviews pegged to specific projects, has struggled on Paramount Plus. And of the 3 network late-night shows, Late Show has by far the smallest digital footprint on YouTube and other platforms. So from a business perspective, the cancellation makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is that the show existed in the first place. We do shows here. We've got Pop Culture Crisis. We've got Tales from the Inverted World. And then my shows, of course. The Boonies. They're all making money in some capacity. Tales from the Inverted World is new. So, I don't know. It's an investment a little bit for the most part, but it's actually been blowing up, getting hundreds of thousands of views and doing particularly well.
What is it?
So
What show does he make?
Especially on Instagram recently, which is, a big play. Instagram's it's a good spot to get reach.
Yeah, I need to start doing Instagram again. It's just a trap. I feel like it's a trap.
They should be bigger. You guys should watch PCC. PopCultureCrisis.com. Very similar to IRL in format, but focusing on cultural issues and celebrity, music, and video games. I got to track all that money. There's no reality where we're going to be like, I'm losing $40 million a year. Why? Well, I mean, let's think about it this way. Even if, okay, they were willing to make an investment play, 40 million is like, it's FU money. You get 40 million one time, 1 year, you will never work again.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I think.
If only.
I think they're going to argue that they were trying to figure out how to make money. I think what they were actually doing was funding a show that they bought into,
failing.
took over, wore like a skin suit to make you hate Donald Trump and support an ideology. The $40 million they were spending, it's because you got billionaires who are like, how can we manipulate the public and get the politics we want?
What are you doing, boy?
Money anywhere we have to. And so they said, we'll put 40 million into this. Who cares?
Standing him down, getting the big chunks off, and then gonna go paint him.
I think the reason he's being canceled is because
We're gonna go
they've lost.
paint him soon.
There's no reason to spend the money anymore. Trump won. MAGA movement is winning. He's now going after the
Probably just gonna do it in the garage. Same with this one. I really need to sand this one down and repaint it.
We do.
Just last night.
Here we go.
Next year will
Let's
be.
start
I'll let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year
Let's sand
will
it.
be our last season. The network will be ending the Late Show in May, and yeah, I share your feelings. It's not
It's
just
his
the
fault.
end of our show, but it's the end of the Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away. And
Goodbye.
I do want to say that the folks at CBS have been great partners. I'm so grateful to the TIFF.
He doesn't have a crowd there, if I understand.
Chair and this beautiful theater to call home. And of course, I'm grateful to you, the audience, who have joined us. And I am extraordinarily, deeply grateful to the 200 people who work here. We get to do this show. 200 people! We get to
Can't believe there's so many people that work for this show.
every day, all day. And I've had
Crazy.
the pleasure and the responsibility of sharing what we do every day with you in front of this camera for the last 10 years. And let me tell you, it is a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's done.
I don't care. Good riddance. Good
Yeah.
riddance. Good riddance. Now, here's my prediction. Fox is not far behind. I like
Probably
Jesse.
not.
I'm a big fan. Jesse Waters is fantastic. The 5 is great. Jessica Tarlov is insufferable, but I'm glad they have her. Even though it's just like the worst low-tier arguments. Come on, guys. Is she doing that on purpose? Whatever. Gutfeld's great. You can't run these shows. I've talked about it this way. Timcast IRL is a big operation. We have we fly our guests in. We pay. You come here, we pay. Unfortunately for the DC friends, they have to drive themselves because you live here already.
Yeah.
But we fly our guests in. We get them hotels right next to the casino, by the way. What a
That is
great
pretty
little
cool.
vacation.
They do a good job.
You get a sandwich, you go to the casino. You
They
come
do
to the
interviews.
show,
That's nice.
exposure. We pay the costs for all that. We do not pay our guests. For our live events, we've negotiated. We haven't done this, but we have negotiated pay because a live show is different. We're selling tickets, but the issue largely is that we don't
They
really
don't do live shows that almost.
sponsors to see, because I can understand that if someone said we want you at a stage show, it's like, but IRL doesn't pay guests. It's expensive. It's very expensive. Like legit, it's millions of dollars, millions, and security is a huge issue.
Mm-hmm. I would believe that. I do believe that, not would.
People to work on one show. I mean, I could run a network for that, dude. I could literally give you 24 hours of content with 200 people. I could give you 20 hours of content with 24 people. Give me 24 people, and I'll be like, everybody hosts an hour.
Yeah.
I kid you not.
So true.
I think either privately or publicly. I think.
Especially if they're like self-promoting, self-active.
Anti-Trump. Because if I was going to run the business and I said we're losing $40 million and we want to make money, here's what we do. Colbert, stop being anti-Trump. Start being generally comedic. Focus on general
Yeah.
issues that everyone can get behind, and it's possible for liberals and conservatives.
Why is
Look
this?
at that guy who got
No,
caught cheating.
I'm just on a square.
You know, he was with that lady, and the Coldplay guy got him on the
Oh
cover.
yeah, the CEO.
Everybody loved that. It is
Yeah,
so
everybody
clear
got behind that one.
there is this division. If they wanted to maximize market share and double their revenue, they could have. And if they did, they'd be making $20 million revenue profit. So look, if it's $100 million per year and they're losing 40,
Hey, give me my drink.
that means
I
they're
need a drink.
generating 60. If they doubled their market share, they could theoretically get to 120. But they chose not to. They chose to split this country in half intentionally,
Burb.
every single day attacking Donald Trump.
I need a burb.
The reason they're getting canceled, in my opinion, is because the people behind this have realized Trump has won and he cannot compete anymore. This messaging
That's the mountain.
and the
Oh. Amazon package, love.
they're going to move this money somewhere else, mark my words. Colbert may be going over because he sucks.
Big package. Hey, relax, Steve.
Recently is
Oh no, shut up. Just relax. You tell her to relax.
I saw this flyer for a show. 2,000 seater. Never heard of this guy. It's actually
Relax, Miss Diva.
like 3 or 4 performers I'd never heard of. And I'm like, that's weird because I read nothing but the New York Times. I read nothing but the news. I'm on social media 24/7. How have I not heard of these people? So I said, I must be out of touch. Went to some friends and said, have you heard of this guy? No. This guy? No.
No.
This guy? No.
No.
How are they selling tickets to these events? Looked them up. They got millions of followers. And I said, something is changing in the landscape we are not paying attention to because these people are selling tickets. How do you not know who they are? Culture is bifurcated. Colbert may be dying and we will celebrate, but I'm telling you this, it will be replaced by something else you don't
Or potentially
and
worse.
it's happening. I'll leave it there, my friend. Smash the like
Like
button.
Jimmy
Show
Kimmel.
There's a bonus segment today, I guess, because I had to talk about it. I'll see you on the next segment.
I never actually have watched Jimmy Kimmel whatsoever. I don't know what we got. We got something though. Oh, we-
Powerful gun?
A powerful gun? No, I didn't order a power gun.
Oh, it's big gun, power gun. It says power gun, big power.
No, but I didn't order a big power gun.
The situation in Syria has deteriorated into pure barbarity. Horrific reports of massacres against Druze and Christians are coming in, yet for some reason
Horrible.
seem largely
Horrible stuff happening over there.
Well, Israeli Druze activist Mansour Ashkar is here with the breaking details. My friend, what is happening on the ground right now?
An actual genocide, ethnic cleansing sponsored by the government of Syria. They made a fatwa which allows all the foreign fighters, if they join the fight, to go
I don't know why.
Druze women.
Has his name on it? Yeah, he said something was going to get delivered here. I'm just not sure what.
Having more Bedouin tribes and Muslim tribes.
I don't know what he ordered. Were you sleeping? Sorry.
Who are flocking into that mountain.
I'm sure Diva woke you up and then I yelled up to you.
Christian Druze. We're seeing horrific videos.
Oh, I wanted to show you something then, but you don't have to come over yet.
Druze people that they beheaded, mocking them, laughing at them. We're seeing horrific images of jihadists taking a Druze baby. It reminds us of the images we saw with the Bibas family. Only there, that baby had his mom, at least, to comfort
You okay?
him. Not that it was a good thing. They ended up with a terrible fate by the criminals from Gaza. But here, we're having an image of jihadists in a car boasting and, doing thumbs up with a Druze baby in the back that they kidnapped from
I don't
Syria.
have a lot of room to
The
open.
government of Syria have allowed the spilling of the blood of the Druze and the Christians.
Going to the bathroom.
Now all these jihadists are going
Going back to bed.
no consequences for the criminal behavior.
Yeah, that is a big package. We'll find out later. I don't know. We'll find out later. Nah, it's not a gun. You want it to be a gun, huh?
Admitted to being government soldiers. Only
Huh?
this time they came without uniform because they said
You
that was their
want a tiny gun?
the Israelis were trying.
That's a big package.
Papa's the one with the big, powerful guns. You gotta ask him to show you. You gotta say, Papa, I want to see your guns. You gotta say to him, Papa, let me see the guns. Yeah.
Oh, I just so
They like big guns. Oh. You like tiny, tiny guns? Not too big. I think I'm gonna try to use that as keycap. Try to get that to print out smaller. That's a Gundam.
Oh, power.
Sinaju.
Oh, power puppet.
Well, I might be able to print it here shortly. Oh, where am I? There it is.
To save the Druze and the Christians.
Nah, plastic.
So don't
Here.
have uniform. And they even admitted that their orders were to exterminate
Yeah, make it.
the Druze in that mountain. We have Christians who are being slaughtered there. Churches are being burned. It's just a mad max of jihadists.
Well, you know, it almost looks
Bricks.
like, you know, from the outsider perspective that this is.
You think it's made out of bricks?
Graphic to believe. I'm like, this has to be an AI image, but they're not. I mean, I saw the image you're speaking of where there's this guy smiling gleefully with holding two heads. And it's one of those things. I think it's.
I got a print,
for someone in the
but I'm not ready yet. I'm working on the snowman. I want to finish this up, and then I'll start printing some more stuff.
Kind of barbarity, that kind of
Once I get the snowman off my desk and stop the sanding, we'll start printing again. The dust is too much for me to open that up and have the dust go in.
What happened with him and his family?
So apparently, from what we know, and it's very hard to get really, really good reports because not only that the Druze are under siege there, there's bodies in the streets for 4 to 7 days already now. There's a lot of rumors about, you know, diseases spreading around. Their internet has been cut off by the government on them, so they can't report.
Oh,
so
geez.
from what we can gather from all the reports that we're getting, it was one of the Christian families of a pastor slaughtered by these jihadists who went we've seen, you know, church that was completely destroyed.
I'll open it up shortly.
It's not the only Christian
It's
family
big package.
It is a big package.
raids already from religious leaders in that mountain, Christians. Bishop said for the world to intervene and saying that they're coming to kill them.
We should be able to open up inside.
I've heard stories where these jihadists will break into the
Big package for mommy.
control of the house and keep the family inside while they're fighting just to play with them, and then threaten them that they're going to crucify them, hammer them to the wall. Did I tell you that story or not?
No, you have not.
So I'm in touch with some of the defenders in that mountain. One of them is a very dear man, and I really hope he survived. He's got wounded now, and I'm praying that he stay alive. He just told me that they rescued a Christian family, and now the man of that family is fighting alongside with them to push these invaders from their homes. And he told me the story, and he also let me hear to that the Christian man. So told me the same story, so I can collaborate different stories, you know, sounding the same. He's a sniper, by the way, trying to defend the country there. So they saw the family, they rescued them, and then the husband came and said this. They broke into his house, a Christian family. They started, you know, abusing, humiliating him, and then they came to the little daughter, and they told her, "Your father is Christian, right?" And she said, "Yes." And says, "Do you want us to see? Do you want us to make him look like Jesus?" So they told the man, "Please build a cross, and then we're gonna crucify your father from his hands, just like they crucified Jesus, so your father can be like the Jesus that you love." And then they asked to take the phone from the daughter, and he was trying to resist. So the mother tried to intervene and said, "Please, you know, maybe take my phone, just stay away from my daughter." So they looked at her with a smile and they said, "You think we're going to take her phone? We're going to take your daughter." And then at that moment, they started taking the daughter. So the mother fell on her knees and she started praying. And her husband, scared from the situation, she started praying out loud. He told her, "Please don't pray out loud. You know, it's not going to make it good for us." You know, and she looked at him and he told her this, "It's not a good time to pray right now. Out loud, please." And she looked at him. She said, "This is the best time to pray right now."
The only time to pray.
In that moment when she prayed, that's
not the only time.
The Israeli jets came over the sky and landed, you know, a missile in that area, taking these jihadists out. Some of them got shocked, disoriented, and they managed to escape, bring back their daughter.
Wow.
Saved by the Druze fire.
Amazing.
So just These horrific. I mean, it's one hand inspiring to see the
Praise
word
God.
of God defending these people and using
Mm.
Israel to do that, but on the other hand, the fact that they need to experience that, the fact that this has been going on for several days already, and there's no one
It hasn't
intervening. The
changed.
only one that intervened was Israel until they were told to stop by some bizarre, something happened behind the scene and Israel stopped from interviewing. And for the last 3 days almost, there's not a single humanitarian aid package that has been dropped there. There's not support from the IDF anymore, at least formally. Someone is trying to push Israel from saving these minorities, because I know that Israel wants. The people in Israel are crying for it. But something is happening behind the scene, and it's very, very concerning. And these Christians and Jews are being left alone on that mountain.
Okay, so Mansour, the question is, holistically, why is this story being ignored? I mean, can you imagine if you had an IDF soldier holding up the heads of people, celebrating gleefully? This story just, it's like one ear out in one ear, out the other. No one seems. I mean, the BBC report on it, but other than that, like, and when they do, it's kind of,
But
not really clear. It's like clashes, and it's like, let's talk about it, but let's brush it under the rug. Why is this story just holistically ignored?
I think I have a pretty good idea why. I'll even add, I just watched a video before I came here that was sent to me of a military drone, Shahed drone, dropping a mortar on a bunch of civilian Druze walking in the street. And no one is there. If that would have happened with the IDF by mistake,
Horrible.
even, the whole world will be singing about it. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're not talking about all the beheadings. There's stories. I've seen a father crying because he came home and he saw his little boy dead, shot, and they plucked the heart out of his chest. There's bodies been beheaded. Imagine the things that we're seeing in the videos that are going there. It's horrific, and the world is ignoring. And I think I have a pretty good idea, actually, what is happening here. You see, there's a lot of pressure coming from Saudi.
We're gonna go to the garage. We're gonna wash these. We're gonna paint them. Oh, I should sand these. This one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Sand. Hang on. Huh? Oh, he's going to pool. All right, I'm gonna go wash these and then go down to the garage and paint them. So I will be right back. Alright. You're all squared away. Okay. Put it, put away. But that works. Brought up my Dremel for other work that we'll be doing probably. Need the Dremel. I think we clean up. That fell off. Forgot I had these sanding pads. Oh, there they are. For my paintings. We'll be vacuuming the desk off. Blowing everything else down. Get rid of these paper towels, that straw. Lid out. This Bondo, well, it's not even Bondo, what is it? JB Weld body filler worked really well. I just primed, so the first coat of prime's on that snowman downstairs. Go back down and then put the first coat of paint on it. What else? I brought my arms to put back on my chair. I'd taken them off a while ago, but I kind of want them back on now. Oops. Need that. I need to get a baggie for these tools. I'm safe. That's good, that's good. This is my headset. Put my headset on, drink down there. This in the cup. Oh, and the ready to sew bag. I'm gonna have to wipe some stuff off too. Screwdriver can go away. Dog's looking for her boy for when he comes home. That should be ready to sell. That'll be ready to sell in a little bit. To make sure the power bank's charged. Good there. Batteries are good. Oh, chargers over here. Should go underneath. There. Charge that. Pause myself. Gotta make sure I don't pause myself. This is good. Yeah, shorter cord though. That's okay. Come around. On top of the battery. That works. Sorry, just reorganizing a little bit. Getting things moved around so I can clean this desk off easier. Eli, you want your crayon? Right here on my desk. You want it? Your crayon. Your yellow crayon. Do you want to put it away for Dada? Or do you want color? Get a piece of paper and bring it over. You can color over here. Speed square doesn't need to be up here. I need to start wearing these glasses again so the blue light doesn't hurt my eyes. That's okay. This gets wiped off. That's gonna get blown off. That's the cord. I'll have to deal with this area then. Jeez. It's kind of become a wire nest over there. Huh. Especially with all these wires being run to it. Yeah. Let's keep home. Let's keep home, Diva. It was dog food. Is that okay? We have leftovers. Yeah. We have hot dogs. Whatever those kids want, I can make for them. Chicken nuggets, that's fine too. Yeah, Mom fell right asleep. She's still asleep. That's a big bag of dog food, huh? Oh, they're looking at the box. It's a big bag. They got it so it would last us a while. Eli's impressed, as am I. Good job, kiddo. Yeah. He thought it was a gun, and it's not. Vacuum's plugged in. I'm gonna start vacuuming, so muting the mic for now. Eli and I went down and painted the snowmen. We just put a primer coat on them. So when we go down to do the next coat, you can come down if you want to, Gabe. Just have to get your shower first. Keep stuff fresh. You took one there, dude. Well, fine. Never mind, you don't need a shower. You got one at the gym. No, you're okay. You're fine. Cool thing about shark vacuum. Boom. That's sweet. Dog hair on it. All good, and then we're gonna blow everything off. Down first, up, down, up. Up. Plug it. Plug it. Sure. If anything, I was just gonna heat up the chicken parm, but nuggets sound fine. Yeah, I was going to heat that up, but nuggets sound good. Can you put tots in too, if we have any? So can you put tots in if we have any too? For fries? Okay. Actually, I'm gonna use the blower off. Especially the keyboard. The backing up the majority of it. Look at the keyboard. Look at the keys. They look awesome. We got the Alliance logo from WoW. We got a One Piece skull and crossbone. We got Kakashi, and then we have Darth Maul here. He feels really fun. Yep, those finished printing yesterday. I got that print to take off. I'm probably gonna put that off for a little bit until I maybe a little later play some games, and then Do um, 3dprint work. No, you're not. That's why I said you know you're not. Because you're gonna look for sympathy, even if I said it's okay, so it doesn't matter. Even though it's not. Yeah, we're older. Blanket. RV, UV on the printer. Okay. Got it. I'll put up here. So go around, go around. It's gonna go into the bag. Just make a good sanding thing. Got some scissors. Oh, I need to go get the lunch bag. Got this goes up here. My phone off. This will get one, 2. Keyboard number 2. Here, the paint's peeling off of that. Okay. Gundam. Left drawer. Blue. Share now. Paw Patrol animal and baby Jesus. Little Jesus. Can't see. Oh. Little Jesus. Paw Patrol. Last thing. Eli's gonna be mad. Oh, see all ground. Ocean. That's trash. I have an idea for this. How strong? Soldering tinsel string. I'll mess with that. I might be able to fix it. Thinking about it. Be able to hold soldering pretty strong. Dogs need that. But you got it off of my. Pissing on you at the pool, Gabe. Now we can blow everything off, and then we'll do one last wipe down, and we'll be good. Gotta wipe this blower thing off too. It's nasty. This thing's great for cleaning your computer out, blowing it out. Nice little dust buster blower thing. It's got some power. All right, you guys are getting muted now. Somehow I accidentally deleted my live stream forever. Good news. I didn't. It was salvageable. Right along. Want to rap on you. It's Mr. Rogers' neighbor. Right along with me. Sorry, it's in my head. That was clean. It's called the data back. The data back.
Data back?
The data back. I don't understand how it got so sticky and dirty, though. Yeesh. Does not make sense. Looks like a soda, like exploded on it. Didn't happen, by the way. Ranch for the nuggets and then ketchup for the tops. French fries, that's fine. We have 2 days. I repeat, 2 days and a half an hour until we go in to be induced for labor. Unless baby girl decides to come sooner, but we're already like 2 weeks early because she's like 9 pounds. So yeah, he sure is. Thank you, love.
Back in.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Oh, seriously. Oh, you're wrong person.
Thank you. Care of everything.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Trying very hard right now.
Hey, you're supposed to go upstairs and get your butt changed. Gabe, could you get me, after you're done eating, could you get me more tea then? Thank you.
After I'm done eating, or when I come back.
Or when mom comes back. We're not smart. Yeah. It's actually cleaned up very well. I'm not nervous. Somehow we got put on the starting soon screen. What happens when you go through all this cleaning? We're gonna wipe down the desk too. The mat. Wipe this keyboard off too. And then flossing your teeth. Oh, thank you, kiddo. You didn't have to get up and give it right away. Well, I appreciate it. Tea, buddy. You can put ice in it. Yucky. I'm gonna new Q-tip. Hey, bud. Thank you.
Yeah. And now we are so forward.
I like the thought. Thanks, kiddo. Sue, my mom is talking to my mom up there.
rocket. You rock. You feel it, the rocket. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Hey, let me say. Yeah.
How's it on?
What do you mean the dragon? That's for that. So I think we're gonna watch a new dragon.
Got the dragon movie on, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Arabia,
I just dream of
coming from other Sunni Muslim countries that want to keep Jawlani in power. Syria was before ruled basically behind the scenes by the from Saudi Arabia and coming from other Sunni Muslim countries that want to keep Jawlani in power. Syria was before ruled basically behind the scenes by the Shia, and now the Sunnis came into power. And they've been trying to do a rebranding for the image of Jawlani, making him look like a hipster, saying that he have changed and that he controls Syria. So if Israel is allowed to intervene and go and save Christians and Druze in Syria, citizens of Syria, from the government that's killing its own citizens, this will be the end of the Syrian regime. He will collapse after that. No one is going to support him. His true face will be exposed. So what they're doing is they're trying to hush it down under the carpet. A genocide is happening, and trying to make Jawlani send some Red Cross trucks and go and save his citizens from the jihadists that came from all over the region to slaughter his citizens. But every time that he sent his forces, they ended up joining the fight and killing the Druze. So he's sending soldiers that they join. And these soldiers have ISIS patches and Al-Qaeda. So we're seeing that his entire military is made out of jihadists, ISIS and Al-Qaeda. These are the worst kind of human beings. And the West is still trying to hide it from us because they want to sell us this image that Syria is a good country, have changed, and we can live along. But nothing on the ground is showing otherwise. And I feel because of that, the West kind of, and backed by a lot of influence from the Arab world, have become a PR agent for a terrorist at the expense of the life of the Christians and the Druze in that mountain. Because they won't talk about it. It's literally one of the most gruesome attempts to ethnically cleanse an entire minority in the Middle East since October 7. And it's actually becoming bigger scale October 7. But how come? You're one of the only ones that have been reaching from the beginning, telling me, let me bring that story out there. I haven't seen a single report on CNN, Fox News.
Nope. I haven't seen reports anywhere else either.
To come and try to tell the story.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of suppression on it because they don't want.
Not that Druze are the same thing as Christians, or like they're different than Jews. It's D-R-E-W, Druze, but they're monotheistic group.
No one should be surprised.
Well, Mansour,
But I don't believe any person should be persecuted like that.
Thank you for giving us reports from the ground. We'll obviously have to have you back on, as this story is just, it's hard to stomach. But for now, my friend, thank you for coming on.
Maybe just one thing that I should add,
sir.
if you don't mind. And the world is not talking about it. There were 3 genocidal attempts in the Middle East in the last year, all done by the Muslims on the Jews. One, Gaza, Hamas tried to do it, they failed because Israel stopped them. Israel tried to do it, they failed because Israel stopped it. Iran tried to nuke Israel, they failed because Israel stopped it. So 3 genocidal attempts that were stopped by Israel, and now there's a 4th one, and the only one that is trying to stop it is Israel, and the world should let Israel stop it. Stop holding Israel back. We know the Middle East better than anyone else. Don't try to tell us how things are. Let us go and save the Christians and the Jews in that mountain. We can do it. Just stop holding us back to save some kind of a terrorist.
Mansour, thank you so much, my friend.
Right, it's not ready yet. Wait until I say it's ready. I'm gonna top this one. Cut.
Our top local story this morning is that Australia
Now we're gonna
joins
drop
24
this.
other nations, including the UK and France, in reports of hundreds of Palestinians seeking aid in recent weeks.
Yeah.
The statement accuses Israel of, quote, an unacceptable denial of humanitarian aid, adding the Israeli government aid delivery model is dangerous and deprives Gazans of human dignity. Hamas has applauded that. Israel has criticised it. Joining us live now is the former IDF spokesperson and the senior fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. It's Jonathan Conricus. Good to have you with us again this morning, Jonathan. So let's first of all start with your reaction to that statement by, as I mentioned, Australia and the UK, as well as France and others. What's your response?
Stop looking for a dragon.
Yes, good morning. I'm saddened by it because, plainly speaking, I think it's wrong. I think it's simplistically looking at the situation and picking the wrong side for who's accountable and who should be held accountable for the situation in Gaza. Yes, Israel is fighting, but this situation isn't Israel's fault. The war was started by Hamas. It could have ended a long, long time ago, many times over, if Hamas had surrendered and given up the hostages. What they are doing is keeping Gazan civilians as their hostage. They are using them both on the battlefield as their human shields, and now they're benefiting from their suffering. And I am saddened that so many Western governments are falling for Hamas propaganda and not seeing the reality, the cruel, horrible reality in Gaza under Hamas for what it really is, and doing the easy thing, which is to blame the Jewish state for what's going on.
Well, I mean, killing innocent civilians, including women and children, I mean, do you accept any responsibility for that?
Yes, but I would advise a lot of caution when allocating blame and responsibility to Israel. I think that what's going on is an orchestrated campaign in Gaza led by Hamas, but lots of tailwind or help from UN organizations, the so-called humanitarian ecosystem, and a lot of help in the media, where they're simply amplifying what Hamas is saying. If there are alleged casualties in Gaza, they blame it on Israel.
Are you still there?
Nobody verifies it. There's no proof of anything. It is Hamas saying it, and then it is reported across international media as if it is true and as if it really is exactly what happened. It's a war zone where horrible things are happening. The war zone is controlled by a terrorist organization, Hamas. They have been offered multiple ceasefires.
Flip it up.
Just a few hours
tuck it.
ago, Israel made additional concessions and
Yeah, you tuck it under the baby so that it's a sleep sack. Yeah, yeah.
on how the ceasefire would look like and where Israeli troops would be deployed.
So
but they're not taking it and they're refusing.
Let's just try and break this down. So, I mean, just on that figure of up to 1,000 civilians who've been killed in recent weeks, I mean, if you dispute that, what's the accurate figure?
The honest and short answer is that I don't know, and I don't think that anybody knows truly how many civilians have been killed.
But
I have no
children
doubt
are
that
being
sadly, I have no doubt, sadly, that civilians have been killed, and I have also no doubt that Israel isn't intending to kill anybody, especially not civilians that are coming to food distribution centers that Israel is manning. But the situation on the ground is that Hamas doesn't want the alternate humanitarian
So
effort
what's
to
the threat?
succeed.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jonathan. What's the threat?
Yeah, but this is important, though. This is really important because the alternate humanitarian system with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a real threat to Hamas. If food doesn't come in through Hamas's hands and UN hands, which are in cahoots with Hamas, if it doesn't go through Hamas's hands, then Hamas has less leverage over the population. That is why Hamas is instigating violence at those locations. That is why Hamas is on a media offensive to create the false narrative, which we're seeing now in the media, which sadly is being repeated here and many other places.
I get your explanation on things, but I'm just trying to work out why so many civilians are being killed. I get your point. It's not that high number. But I mean, if you're a well-qualified army with a lot of battlefield experience now, can you not tell the difference between someone who represents Hamas and, say, a child?
Well, when did you last see a Hamas fighter fight in uniform? I've been inside the Gaza Strip and I've seen Hamas fighters many times.
If someone was a child, right, or a woman.
Yes, but it's also very difficult, and the situations on the ground isn't that these are just women and children advancing. What's happening on the ground is that Hamas creates pressure at these humanitarian sites and pushes people forward. and also uses live fire in order to create stampedes and to create a pressure on the ground. And in addition, as you said in the beginning, people are hungry and they are desperate for food. And when they think that they have an opportunity to get access to food, then they will do even dangerous things. And that's how situations are created on the ground, where Israeli soldiers that are trying to provide security for the humanitarian organizations are confronted with thousands of advancing Palestinians who, many of them may be women and children, but there are also Hamas operatives and other armed thugs that are trying to incite a situation and create that instability and mayhem. And in order for eventually, the strategic aim here is to stop the provision of this aid, because that serves Hamas's purposes. And I think it's really important to keep in mind who stands to gain from Israel stopping the flow of humanitarian aid through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The only organization that would be benefited from that is Hamas. They are trying to stop it, and they're using Palestinians, they're using international media in order to do it. And of course, it's sad that civilians, women and children, are being killed. But the saddest thing is that the culprit is getting away with it. And judging by the letter that you just quoted in the beginning, they seem to be fooling Western governments. And I think that's sad. At the end of the day, nothing positive will happen in Gaza as long as Hamas stays in power. It will not be rebuilt. There will not be peace as long as Hamas stays in power. The first and most basic condition for dignified existence for Palestinians and peace and quiet is the complete removal of Hamas, the return of Israeli hostages. Until that happens, nothing good will happen.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. But Jonathan, good to have you with us again today.
Oh, not yet.
Anything else happening?
Well, as political pressure mounts here at home, a new flashpoint in the Gaza war. Israeli ground troops have entered central Gaza for the first time, moving into Deir al-Balah, an area aid groups say has been a humanitarian hub. Israel believes Hamas may be holding hostages there, including some of the 50 still missing.
Probably. That's probably the only area they haven't touched.
Outrage, with nearly 24 countries now demanding an end to the war. The UN is also accusing Israel of firing on a crowd of seeking food over the weekend. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says at least 85 people were killed. Israel says it opened fire on Palestinians who posed a threat and accuses Hamas of creating chaos. Jerusalem is also disputing the death toll. Okay, and for more on this, let's bring in Michael O'Hanlon, Senior Fellow and Director of Research in Foreign Policy at the Brookings Institution.
The scene switching is loud.
Michael, welcome. So we're seeing this ongoing chaos surrounding the aid distribution in Gaza. It didn't work under UN supervision. The GHF is having issues, and Hamas, still causing problems there. With so many players, Michael, and just a lot of mistrust, do you see any real solution to the Gaza aid crisis?
Hi, Jenna. Well, yes, I think there are ways that could be modified. There are two ideas in particular, that one is more of a political or big picture idea, the other is more technological. But the big picture idea is that I think Israel needs to accept that even though no Hamas leadership should ever be dealt with again or given any kind of standing, nonetheless, you cannot kill your way out of a terrorist movement. And we learned that with Al-Qaeda. We wanted, certainly after 9/11, every Al-Qaeda member dead. But after a few years, we realized that decapitating the leadership and preventing the movement from restarting, those were the achievable goals. And that if you kept after trying to kill each and every one of a person who might call themselves Al-Qaeda, that you were just going to fight forever and perhaps even make the problem worse. So at a conceptual level, I think Israel needs to distinguish between defeating the leadership and, down several levels, not just top leadership, which they've already done, and defeating or killing every single member, which is unrealistic. Yeah. At the technological and practical level, I think Israel can start to try to create zones of safety within Gaza that essentially use biometric indicators and controlled access points to try to gradually make sure that everyone is basically known not to be an established Hamas figure. And then to try to, again, create sort of from the ground up a safe zone and do it neighborhood by neighborhood, city by city, try to make that a positive vision for how safety can be restored and also the sustenance of the Palestinian people can be enhanced.
So Michael, we reported Israel's taking quite a bit of heat from some more unexpected sources. U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee called a West Bank church arson an act of terror, and he also condemned the killing of a Palestinian American. The White House is demanding answers after a strike on Gaza's only Catholic church. Michael, do you see a shift in support from allies like the U.S. toward Israel?
Yes, absolutely. I think that if we compare over the last couple of years, and we all understand why Israel felt it needed to react very, very robustly after October 7th, 2023, a heinous day, a tragic day, a day that sealed Hamas's fate. And I think Israel's been justified in trying to destroy the leadership and the structure of the movement. But the Biden administration, which was portrayed as being somehow softer on its support for Israel than President Trump, although I don't know if that's true. The Biden administration didn't even make these kinds of statements very often in the first months following October 2023. President Trump tried to be, very categorical in supporting Israel and certainly wanted to try to win Jewish American and evangelical votes accordingly, and then seemed to have a rapport with Benjamin Netanyahu in the early going. But that accord seems to have frayed, even though they collaborated on the Iran operation. And it is fascinating to watch these comments because, Mike Huckabee is a good man. He's on the ground and he understands the importance of protecting innocent human life. I don't think Israelis are taking Palestinian lives on purpose, but I think they have become a bit callous in their tactics. And I think criticism, therefore, is increasingly appropriate. It probably should have begun a long time ago. But there are ways for Israel to protect itself and still keep more Palestinians alive.
Okay, Michael O'Hanlon with the Brookings Institution. Always good to see you, Michael. Thank you so much.
Gender lobby, huh? That was 2 years ago, right? Yeah. Politician tries defending abortion on Joe Rogan. On Joe Rogan? Now, I've been so out of loop with Joe Rogan's podcast. I need to start watching that again. I spoke on this yesterday. See what CBS has to say.
Also did a report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. That report claims to have new evidence of an Obama administration conspiracy to subvert President Trump's 2016 victory and presidency. This report claims politicized intelligence was used as the basis for smears seeking to delegitimize President Trump's victory. So let's bring in CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gossis. Olivia, we're talking about Director Tulsi Gabbard. She calls this, and I want to quote this directly, a treasonous conspiracy, and says that people, no matter how powerful they are or were at the time, must be held accountable. So what is the hard evidence here?
Yeah, hi, Reed. DNI Gabbard is making these very strong allegations on the basis of about 100 pages of declassified documents her office issued on the 17th of July. They include email chains, the draft of a president's daily brief, and summaries from a high-level meeting at the White House that have to do with the drafting of this comprehensive intelligence assessment of
Have some of that chicken parm, if there's some left.
A memo issued by her office picks certain phrases
So the only one okay.
From those documents that say there's little to no evidence that Russian actors had the intent or the capability to interfere in the election by using cyber operations to target election infrastructure, voting machines, in order to campaign tallies in the country.
Yeah, you can take
There was
sure.
ultimately no evidence that happened in 2016 or any time since.
Yes.
There was, however,
Yes.
ample evidence of a broader influence campaign. You may recall it involved the hacking
This being a drag nest or dragon game nest.
some of which criticized Hillary Clinton and praised Mr. Trump,
Oh, I like
which
that.
was assessed to have been ordered by Trump himself by U.S. intelligence. Multiple comprehensive investigations reaffirm those findings.
Nothing interesting on X-ray.
You love it? It's so big. They pulled it. It's really small. Yeah. It's way small.
Wine, mansions, super yachts, Ferraris, over loan defaults. Oh. Billionaire? So he's not a billionaire. Breaking into the city of Pokrovsky itself, according to reports. Video shows the moment of a pickup truck carrying Ukrainian soldiers being ambushed by the Russians in the southern part of the city of Pokrovsky. Pokrovsky. Oh, he's bleeding. He got hit.
Just for a sec.
Victims of communism.
Should I go get our dragon friend? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's huge. Hey, Eli, make sure Diva doesn't go in that.
That's not true.
I'm going in.
Wild America this weekend. Huh? It is a failure by every metric. Yeah. The Department has approved a potential sale of a naval strike missile coastal defense system to Bulgaria for 620 million DSCA release. Wow, that's a lot of money. Newly classified docs shows DOJ Inspector General concluded the commie-run FBI failed to conduct a thorough and complete investigation into Clinton email scandal. Comey and his team ate up Steele dossier lies and chased up the Russia collusion hoax, but took kid gloves approach to Clinton. Of course they did. Spain immediately declares Spain needs infinity immigrants. He's the author of Open Border, a call for unrestricted immigration. Immigration restriction is Jewish. The pattern to notice with Jews is that they tend towards political extremism in whatever direction or cause they're committed to, myself included. Yeah, this was sad. I saw this earlier about the Malcolm Jamal from Cosby Show. drowning in Costa Rica. Yeah, Costa Rica. Our Trump battle for billions in federal fund as judge weighs next steps. Today, after nearly 60 years of questions surrounding the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we are releasing 230,000 MLK assassination files available now at archives.gov.mlk. What all can you find at the archives? Hey.
If it's chocolate, I want to. Eli.
Interesting. Got the full WNBA All-Star Weekend via pay experience all weekend long. Shout out, Stud Buds. What's with the hair? They sound horrible. A little more education. That's all that's needed in the world. Proper education. Daredevil and Claire Obscure Expedition 33 star Charles Fox admits it's probably time to buy a game console. What? He needs to get a PC. PC Master Race. Democrat Senator Cory Booker just posted this video promoting illegal aliens working on American farms. Employing illegals is a crime. Correct. This elected official is literally advocating for breaking the law. Thanks to the invisible hands that feed us. It's asparagus. I don't even need asparagus. Well, yeah, we get rid of this slave labor that they're doing and create equipment that can do it. That's what'll happen. There are a bunch of smart people out there that can work on this. Why not? Watch investigation. Okay, that's unheard of. Shara. Syria's minorities in Israel. Oh, Hunter Biden. Here we go. Was on a foul mouth tirade against George Clooney. Him and everybody around him. Look at him all cracked out. Speaking of crack, well, it's time to take my medicine. Biden blames the sleeping pill and Ambien for then President Biden's disastrous debate performance against Donald Trump last year. Then don't take an Ambien before debate. Or, you know, the night before a debate. Don't do that. By the ICE, HSI Buffalo special agents getting Geraldo Lunas Campos off the street. Oh. Border Patrol arrested an illegal President Cuban national has several criminal convictions, including sexual abuse of a child under the age of 11 and aggravated assault with a weapon. And the list goes on, I'm sure. He's creepy looking. Not a big fan of the beard. Maybe without the beard. His face is just sculpted weird. State Department confirms an American Druze was... Yeah, but I already saw that. I think I'm back to where I last saw on my feed. And the president... Yeah. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. Earlier, the IDF carried out attacks on the Houthis by using long-range drones. Good. Take out the Houthis, take out Hamas. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that. Maybe I'll have some curly fries later, but unless you made them all. Okay. Hmm? What? I do though. Here's the door. Go. And we can shower. Come here. Yep, you can see it right there. Stop trying to eat my food. Oh, I found a spot. Oh, yeah. Oh, before you go, Parmesan cheese or mozzarella cheese, one or the other. I'm just eating. And then I'll play some, after I eat, I'll take my medicine, we'll play some, I don't want to, oh. Yeah, I got spaghetti. Got some good spaghetti. No, he stole my tea instead.
What would either have to be dragon or something mixed with dragon. But
I think Dad left.
yours have dragon.
I got it. Thank you. Oh, you okay?
Hi everyone. Welcome
Splash your eye. Need it wiped or you good?
Brother Rashid, we've talked about
What are you doing with my cheese?
About Christians, yes. But in addition to
I already put it on, but
polytheists and a couple of other groups, one of the other biggest groups that's named over and over and again in the
what?
Quran.
That's grated cheese.
And we
You don't need that.
Into our time, quite a bit of hostility towards Jews. What do we find in the Quran?
Well, let me start with this.
Here, you want to buy your spaghetti with cheese on it?
Race minority that are
You want some shredded cheese. That's what you want. You don't want that regular cheese. Yeah, he just wants the cheese.
Really mad at somebody.
Come here, I'll give you some spaghetti. Come here.
That's how I grew up. When you read the Quran, we start with the Fatiha, the
I
opening.
don't know what he's up.
Our prayers, we have to do it in every prayer. Your prayer
I'm
is
gonna
not
eat.
accepted unless you do the opening chapter, which is chapter number 1 in the Quran. All scholars that I read for them, they say the opening chapter is referring to Jews and Christians. The Christians went astray, the Jews are the cursed ones. So we repeat it, imagine 17 times a day. I'm reminding them
What'd you do with the tea jug, buddy?
that the most
Did you put it back or did you bring it up?
ones are Jews.
Okay, I'll grab it when I go out next. No problem.
Are Christians.
So this is recited over and over again in prayers.
Over and over. This is brainwashing.
And this is one of the most disturbing things about this. So you're pointing out, and it's if you hear what's being said, and even if you hear it being translated, like if you're a Christian or a Jew and you hear this, you don't know what they're referring to when it says those who went astray and those
good?
who are cursed.
Good for everybody?
They understand these are talking about Jews and Christians.
Yes.
One of the most disturbing things I find about that is there are Christians who invite Muslims
to recite these
their
things
churches for interfaith activities,
Hmm.
and then Muslims show them how to recite this prayer, and you'll have Christians reciting prayers, not
Hmm.
knowing
What
that
they're
calling
saying.
themselves the ones who are led astray, and that they're actually cursing Jews.
Ignorance kills, David. They are just ignorant. I wouldn't do that because I grew up knowing what it means. And my dad, when he explained it to me, he said, we're talking about Jews and Christians. If anybody want to change the meaning nowadays because it's exposed, that's their problem. But through history, that was the meaning. And take it now into a global scale. We hated the West and we hated Israel. Why? Because the West represents Christianity and Israel represents Jews. So the traditional two main enemies of Muhammad were Christians and Jews. Just look now. China tortures Muslims. Do you see any embassy
Gerard Butler, right?
invaded or burned? Because Muhammad never talked about Hindus or Buddhists or anything. So they are not a priority.
And so, just to be clear, I mean, they are taking Muslims, putting them in camps,
Gerard
sometimes
Butler.
torturing them, and you rarely hear even a peep.
Imagine if America is doing that. Imagine
Dude,
if Israel
nerds.
is doing that.
They're watching the live action How to Train Your Dragon.
They're amazing. It's got the one that smokes them all.
So it's the religion messed up. Our societies made them hate the West and hate Israel just because of religious things. It's not because of what they are doing. Those are two different things. So let's talk about, for example, the Jews. The Jews in 582, Surah Al-Ma'idah, you will surely find the most intense of the people in animosity toward the believers, the Jews, and those who associate others with Allah. The Jews are the biggest enemies, the Quran claiming. And since Muhammad, Muslims, they do not say it has a context, it belongs then, and it has nothing to do with people nowadays. No. It's true back in the days, it's true today, and it's going to be true tomorrow.
Yeah, because, I mean, Muhammad also said that the end will not come until you fight the Jews to such an extent that you're killing them so much that they're running and hiding, and they're hiding behind rocks and trees, and then the rocks and trees are going to call out and say, hey, there's a Jew behind me, come get him.
Yes. And also, I mean, don't get me wrong. In other verses, you find Muhammad talking about them in the Quran as the children of Israel. That's when he was happy with them. So when he was happy, he called them the children of Israel. And he said, I preferred you over the worlds. But when he was mad at them, he didn't call them children of Israel anymore, Jews. Until today, the word Jew is an insult. It's not really something referring to a race. It's an insult. Calling somebody a Jew is an insult in the Muslim world. Which means that whatever Muhammad did, it stayed
It's
in
interesting
our
to know.
society and continues until today.
And let me just, so you just read Surah 5, verse 82.
Yes.
And, you know, you pointed out that this is what the Quran is saying about Jews, and Muslims will come up with some sort of defense of this, but I would encourage Muslims to just think if someone were saying this about them.
Gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna throw out my plate. I'm gonna go down and print some stuff. Or not print, but paint. Put another coat of paint on that light. And I might put the arms back on my chair, but we'll see. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're back.
Oh. Here, I need those.
You gonna sit with me?
Yeah, give me this. What's this?
They don't come off. They're bolted on. They're back on. We got armrests.
Oh, I want to try them.
You want to sit up?
Yeah, I want to try these.
Yeah, we can try that. Nothing.
What do I see?
They're just armrests. Take them off. Put them on. Keep them as you please. Armrests are here to stay for now.
What are you doing?
I don't know. We might play a game or something.
What are you doing? Grab these stats. We're gonna try. We throw these. Metal. These
Metal,
are
yeah.
plastic.
Well, yeah.
Plastic.
The arms are here.
These are metal. See, this bottom is metal. They have a power. Hello, chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, chat.
Hello.
Got that back on. There you go. When the lights are on, it's on. 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 Hey. Hey, no screaming in the chat. It's here. On.
No.
On.
Please don't try them.
Yeah, good. Put your arms on them.
I can't do it. Help me with these. What do it?
They're just for your arms. Just put your arms on them and chill.
Control.
Another place to rest my arms. They're called armrests.
Oh, don't go almost that I had to take them off.
I don't have to take them off. They're just armrests.
No, Dad, take them off. I had to pick them up.
I took them off because I didn't like them for a little bit. Now I like them again.
Now you want them back. All these back.
All beat up.
Okay, on the glasses, please. It's plastic.
They're stealing my tea. They're stealing my tea, boy.
Don't worry. Theories, stats have even made up. That's what music on. Turn me up.
Do I need more? Is somebody drinking all my tea? Who's drinking all my tea?
On with this one. Make it more.
Like a reserve valve or anything. We need more tea. We need more tea.
Me more tea, Rob.
The tea jug, so I have to fill it.
Maybe
I can't grab it. With camera, this one, scroll over. Camera,
Don't touch.
high camera, that's two.
Mm-hmm.
That camera,
Mm-hmm.
that one,
Yeah.
and top.
I can talk, but I should take my medicine.
I'm no cheat, no handout, no. Not afraid of hard work. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. Which in this case means wiping out the dragons for the good of everyone.
This,
You.
and so. Oh, I have apple, Papa.
I'm gonna take my medicine now.
So,
Why'd you take that?
do I take that?
Why'd you take that?
Here, brilliant. I'm gonna. So. Yeah. It's not night.
It's night.
It's play game at night.
Yeah, I was gonna try a play game or two.
Honey.
Yeah. Ready for bed. It's turning night. You see, it's getting dark. Not dark, but it's getting dark. I mean, it's almost 9, so yeah, maybe.
Whoa.
Papa stuff. Elias Paul.
You have to get more.
I put more tea in. Yeah, but I'm glad I didn't. Yeah. I gotta take my medicine yet, too, kiddo.
Oh, maybe go. Okay. Maybe for Daniel. Right. Maybe for nighttime.
You play nighttime?
What game? What game? It's a spoon.
They're sailing on ships.
We want to test that.
They're gonna do something. Catch a dragon.
What's that one? Oh. Oh. One. Oh, the name.
Stoic.
What? Door.
Stoic.
Oh, no. Baby? Oh, well, then. Baby? Happy guys. Oh, red. Pepper. Oh, red. Where's the ring go? It's the ring. It was a plate by the window. What?
Oh.
Hey. We're going to play game at night.
Hey.
These are keycaps.
You took out the keycaps. Hey, that's not it. That's how it's so hard. This one. Hey, stop it.
On. This is power.
Stop touching my stuff. Hey.
I'm spotting. Please put the game on.
Wait, wait. You're going for something. Getting ready for bed.
The game. Game. What is it?
Right. Okay. Ready to get down?
No.
Why
Let's
not?
play game.
You want to play a game?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I need to fill my tea. I need to take my medicine, and then I'll play games.
Okay.
I can't take my medicine if you want me.
Who has the game? What phone game we
Just need you to get that.
The one that's pumped up and not exploding anymore.
There is game.
He can come back and watch a game with me if he's not asleep, but I need to take my medicine at least. I just need to take my medicine first, buddy. And then I'm okay with playing a couple games with you. I just want to take my medicine first, and then we'll play some games. I can't talk for 15 minutes after I take my medicine, but you'll have to wait 15 minutes. That's okay. I'm okay with that. He's not being too much. I just wanted to take my medicine. Yeah, when the alarm goes off. Yeah, when my alarm goes off. Mm-hmm. Do you like fish, Eli? Yeah.
The dragon.
Yeah, their stomachs can handle it. Or they cook it in their mouths, one or the other.
Let's buy him. Dragon fish!
And it's gonna walk away.
Okay.
Okay.
And then like wants him to eat that.
Try and share. And this is the no talking medicine. It's on a timer here. And then take this medicine.
Yes. Yes.
Now.
So the Quran says, strongest among men in enmity to the believers will thou find the Jews and the pagans.
Yeah.
Just imagine some American leader, some president of the United States coming out and saying, our biggest enemies are Muslims and pagans.
Oh my goodness.
They would not accept any sort of explanation. They would not say that's fine at all. They would condemn that and say, how can you, issue this statement like this, just condemning an entire group? And it's like, wait, that's exactly what your God does with the Jews.
Imagine a pastor today in a church saying on TV, do not take Muslims as friends.
And you're referring to Surah 5, verse 51, where Allah says not to take Jews and Christians as friends.
Yes.
That would be
Wow.
national news for the next 2 weeks.
Imagine if I say today in this show, do not take the Sunnah or the Shia as a friend or as friends. Tomorrow, our brother Rashid is preaching hatred.
Hate speech.
Hate speech. And I will be blocked on Facebook, on Twitter, on everything.
But it's fine if it's in the Quran.
Yeah, you can read it. You can worship God through this. To worship Allah, and He will be pleased with you. And you can't say a thing against it.
So early on, Jews and Christians are regarded as like authoritative in matters of religion, to such an extent that Allah tells Muhammad he can confirm his revelations by going to Jews and Christians. And over and over again in the Quran, Surah 2, for instance, over and over again, Allah tells Muhammad to say to the Jews, hey, I'm confirming what you have, so you confirm what I have. So he's appealing to the Jew. He's almost begging the Jews to confirm him as a prophet.
Yes.
And that, what happens is they reject him. And then the messages
turned against them.
Yeah, that's when the messages change and things suddenly start getting much harsher towards Jews.
And through history, Jews and Christians were persecuted in the Muslim world because of these verses. Muhammad said, I will take them out of the Arabic Peninsula. I will leave only one religion.
That's Sahih Muslim, one of their best sources. He will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and not leave any but Muslims, even though Jews and Christians were there before him.
Yeah, and Omar executed that promise. He did. He became caliph. Since then, Christians and Jews are hated, but more Jews are hated than Christians. I have to mention that. Much more hatred towards Jews than Christians. In Muslim countries, they were kicked out. You will not find now Jews in Egypt. You will find few hundreds in Morocco, and not in Tunisia, not in Syria, not in Iraq, not in all these places. Why? Some people would say, well, just because Israel was Israel just was 1948. Let's read through history. In Morocco, they used to put a pig and a monkey on their shoulders. They were not allowed to walk with shoes. They were segregated in their own places because they're not allowed to
That's the big one. That's the big one.
They're not allowed to ride
That is the big one. Oh, cool. That's big.
They should not walk while a Muslim is walking. And this is in Muslim sources, not me creating them. Problem is people
It's a huge boss you are.
And to say,
You really got a huge boss weight.
Of Jews here. It's very similar.
Whoa, that's special huge.
One time has a favorable view of them, thinks of them as allies, and then as they reject it, progressively more hostile, until we eventually get to the final mark orders, which is Surah 9, of course, fight those who do not believe in Allah, specifically refers to Jews and Christians. Very interesting reason given for subjugating Jews, because Muslims would have said, "Wait, what are you talking about? I thought the people of the book were good and they're on our side." And the very next verse has to come up with a justification. It says, "Jews call Ezra the son of Allah."
Oh,
Yeah.
You ever heard a Jew call Ezra the son of Allah?
I never saw it. I'll
Never
tell
heard
you a
one.
story about it. The Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. Yeah, he's accusing them of something never said. They never said. Even Ezra is a translation of Uzair. So it doesn't say really in the Arabic Ezra. So who's this Uzair? They just assumed he was Ezra. Why they will call just Ezra, not the other ones? That's one thing. Second, when I went to Israel, I found a grave named Ezra. And guess who is making that place holy? Not the Jews, Muslims. And when I took pictures of it, I posted it, the people in Iraq, they got mad. They say, no, Ezra is here. So they have another tomb that is holy in Iraq and belongs to Ezra. And Syrians got mad. They say, no, he's here. So they have 3 or 4 tombs for Ezra. Guess what? It's just holy among Muslims, not Jews.
And so, and by the way, there are Muslims who try to explain this. And maybe there was some group at this time who taught this. Does not work because, it doesn't work. I mean, one, show us the group because we have no record of any such group.
Yeah.
But even if you want to say in the Hadith, according to Muhammad, at the judgment, that's going to be the main accusation against Jews.
Yes.
Why did you worship Ezra? Why? And we have no record in all of history of a Jew treating Ezra that way.
And the Quran doesn't say some Jews.
That's so big.
The mainstream.
I would see.
They call him
That's
the son of Allah. Another thing I want to conclude with this, when you mentioned the 929, just wipe out or like give them choices. Most of Muhammad's wars, they were against Jews. And the most killing happened not against the polytheists who persecuted him. It was against Jews. In one day, more than 600 people were slaughtered. And some Muslims, they say, oh, one of his wives is a Jew. What are you talking about? And I say, yeah, she was a slave. He killed her dad and her brother and her tribe. And he made sex with her while she's still captive coming back from that raid. Do you think that's marriage?
Yeah, he really loved Jews based on that. I don't know what to even say here. You've got a book that is calling for the violent subjugation of an entire group. Again, it's even worse when you get to the Hadith, and the judgment won't come. You won't get your rewards in heaven until you go out and fight the Jews to where they're hiding from you, and even the rocks and trees are telling you where to find them so you can kill them. And when you say, well, why all of this hatred and hostility towards this group? It's because they worship Ezra, and it's completely false. And so here you have a religion calling for the violent subjugation and the eventual extermination of an entire group based on a lie. I think we need to take a closer look at this religion.
Doesn't seem to match up there. So yeah, it's just inconsistency.
Oh yeah,
And,
that's actually a really
But
hope for the contract of the country, what it's gonna do.
Yeah, it just seems and to be honest, it just goes against the trend. The trend is that I don't feel that people you can live a very individualistic life nowadays very easily. Yeah, especially in the UK. You don't need to know the heart of the communities. You can live totally absent of it. To be honest with you, I did, So why on earth you would give someone to vote on things that affect communities is beyond me.
Yeah.
Barney the purple dinosaur.
Yeah. Barney or animated character. I don't have it on the screen, so I can't read what it was, but definitely you get a lot of jokes. You would get teenagers who, feel really passionate really enthusiastic about their politics, but that doesn't necessarily mean they may know anything either.
Yeah.
Sam D says Chris would make a wonderful American, and I'd say he makes a wonderful Brit, right? Why does everyone have to be American?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Misha asks if I'm doing another stream after this one. No, two is my limit. I'm not doing a third.
You've been going for a long time.
Yeah, since 8 hours basically, with a teeny break in between. So last super chat type thing, in this case becoming a channel member from Frog1Dog2.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Frog1Dog2, welcome to channel membership. You made a good choice. Yeah, you gave your sadaqah. You didn't miss out on the opportunity. The point here is that the angels are watching you. They're making notes for Allah. They want to see you're scoring points on getting into heaven or not. And so make sure to donate as much as possible. That's literally what he's arguing. You know, obviously to his particular Dawa organization.
I know, but I paused.
So Christian is Little Christ. I guess they changed their
Do I
username
stop
after I said it doesn't technically means. Okay, but 16, 17, really. And you know, why 16? Do you get to drive at 16 in the UK? Because in the United States, 16 is the age of driving.
You can get your provisional, which means I think there's different vehicle types, like a moped. I think you can start learning to drive at 16, and maybe 17 is the age you can actually. I'm not sure. But at 16 you can start the process. Let's put it that way.
So, what's the argument for 16? They just pick an arbitrary age then, or?
Oh, it's. I mean, in all honesty, it's because they want more liberal kids to vote.
I know, but they could pick 17 or 15, right? They could go 15 and got even more, right?
The argument is, what they do is they say, so 16-year-olds can work.
Okay.
So in some, yeah, they can work, right? Young Bob works, right? As I mentioned earlier, he pays taxes, and the argument is, if you're old enough to pay tax, you're old enough to vote. Now, I like this kind of thinking because the way I see it is, well, hang on a sec, if paying taxes is linked to voting, if I revoke my vote, can I not pay any taxes?
I'll take that deal. I'll take that deal anytime.
But apparently it doesn't work that way. So that's how they justify it. The thing is people point out, yeah, but you can vote
What is he doing?
13 in the UK.
He's doing?
Specific exceptions
What is he doing?
that children. So the traditional one would be like a paper route, right? You know, you deliver the papers. This is something that I remember. I was going to do this when I was 13 to raise some. I don't think 13-year-olds would therefore get the vote. I think that's really silly. But you know, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's all about city political stuff, you know.
No, this wasn't an 8-hour live stream. I had 2 back live streams, both around 4 hours each. Frog1 says if we keep giving Thaddeus money, he has to stay online.
No,
and
FLP,
yeah, FLP tested that. So from FLP.
Is this smoke?
Maybe.
Smoke the
I don't know what I did. Let me I don't know what happened.
Good. Quickly try to get out before the dragon eats you.
I can manually play it. Hold on. I gotta make okay, so it should play.
Thaddeus, sending my loan to you because I love you. No, I am not Mojab. This is my AI twin talking.
Thank you very much for the love there, and MLB explained. I just want to hear Mojab say, I love Phineas. Oh, well. Thank you very much for your support. So that's what I was going to say. You can work at 14 specific jobs in the U.S. with our labor laws. They should not vote. Yeah, so in the U.S., you can work very limited
Yep, timer's up.
at 14, but you can work a family-owned business at any age.
Yay, I can talk again.
If you're, I'm not sure how immediate family it has to be, but basically family businesses are, it makes sense in a way, right? Because if you're the parent in the business all the time, because you're, it's a small business and you're trying to make it work, your kids are there playing, someone could say they're laboring.
See if we can find that.
But family businesses are exempt. So in theory, I guess 6-year-olds, right, should be able to vote based on this logic here. But at 16, you can work 40 hours. You can work a full-time job in the United States. You have to be 18 to work more than 40 hours. But people would argue that you can be. That's why you should be 16 and be able to vote. That and/or the ability to drive.
You know, the thing that the British people always get caught up with, apart from the gun stuff, is your drinking laws. That's something we always get confused with. Because, like, is it federal law that it's 21?
Yes. Originally, it wasn't. I'm almost certain that there was a couple states that held out and wanted 18, so they made it a federal law.
Right. So that's where it's kind of weird, because you guys get lots of rights for that. You get 18, and then you get a 21, and it's like, oh, now you can drink. And it's just like, whoa. That one always confuses us, but...
Yeah, so you get, 18 is full adulthood. You get basically every single thing. You get to vote.
Let's see. Hopefully he teaches me.
Hi everyone, welcome to another Atlas 3DSS video. My name is Janeko, and today we are going to show you the types of supports you can use in Lychee. So we are going to start with a classic normal support that everyone is used to by now, and I'm gonna place it on this Eros Infinite model just right on this. And you can see it's gray colored. This means in Lychee that you are in classic mode. So in this mode you cannot actually move the support like so, but you can move either the bottom or the tip and then adjust from there. I will show you. So you click on the bottom, you can lean or move the tip, the bottom part to where you want. And we did another video called The Anatomy of Supports, where you can see some of the
Kiddo.
of when you can use or want to use a leaning support.
I can talk.
Michael Jackson's. So this is what we can
Yeah, let's play a game.
What's that?
I'm just making a fox.
Big box?
Yeah, it's a pretty big fox.
Oh, this one's cool. This one's big people.
Yeah, this one's a bit bigger. I'm just gonna try to make it with the head on it so that I can not have to worry about snapping the head on and see if I can get it to move. Let's see how it works. Okay, you wanna come up? No screaming into the microphone, no yelling at people, okay?
Hello.
Just say hello.
Hello.
Just say hello. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, we're gonna play some Mech Breaker. Let me change this real quick.
Nighttime game. It's been nighttime. Not morning game. About come on. That's the people. That's people over here. That's the people.
That take. Oh, Eli, look. Keep.
Huh? Huh?
Trapped himself. Spiky tickling. Sorry, you guys shave again. Right?
Hello.
What, buddy? Yeah, the other day. A couple days ago. Don't touch that. You might smoke it. Oh.
Cat.
Boy.
Cat. Cat. Cat.
No touch.
Cat. Cat. Cat.
No touching. No touching.
Cat.
No touching.
Cat.
No touching.
Cat.
Hey, touching.
Cat.
Hey, no touching.
Cat.
Hey, no touching. No, you can't take it.
But this is the nighttime one. Night? Oh, these are
Insufficient memory.
what in the morning.
I mean, insufficient memory. At 32 gigs. Oh. A little slicer running. Let's close slicer. Hang on. Don't touch anything.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? What's up? Oh, there's a market. Oh, what's that? What's that? That's great game. Oh. Hey. Stop. Stop.
You probably hear yourself through my phone. You hear yourself through my phone. Stop. You're hearing yourself through my phone.
Stop. Stop.
Zap.
Stop.
Zap.
Stop. 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 Take. Hi. On to play game.
Yeah, we're going to.
It's on to play game, guys. Hey. On to press that.
What? You're closing it. The video. Stream it.
Oh, that's the screen thing?
Yeah.
Stop. Stop. Hey.
Up.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey. That's real. Papa, that's big robot hours. What's the nighttime one? The morning one has broken. It is broken. Broken. I can maybe trade it. That.
Yeah, we'll play some back.
Maybe. Oh, yeah. So.
Try to talk loud.
Up. Pop. 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 Hi, Dad. Hi.
See what missions we got.
Listen. Pete. Listen.
New mission available. New mission available. Please check the details.
What's this? Wow. Fuck you. Robot. And I want to put that robot there.
Yeah, we'll go on the robot.
I have to go in that game. my stomach. There's a guy now. He's gonna go in there in the place. That's the robot. But that is the new. That's the mom. That is the new. That is the new. This is the new.
Yep.
Oh. What? Wait. Oh, what's that? The biscuit has a biscuit one. That's good for you.
What are you doing?
That's good.
Yes, Scoot.
But no, it's not hot.
Good scoocher. Did you scooch enough?
Oh no.
No.
It's mommy. Mommy? Mommy? What mommy now? Mommy? It's mommy? It's mommy one? No. Mommy. Mommy one. That's mommy one. I want mommy one power. That's mommy power. That's mommy. That's mommy.
Buddy.
Mommy.
No.
Mommy.
Which one's the mommy?
Mommy.
This one?
Yeah, that one's mommy.
This one?
It's mommy. What's mommy powerful? That's mommy. Mommy power.
Mommy power.
It's this one's not power. That's what mommy. Mommy.
I think that one looks like mommy.
That's like my.
You think that one does?
That's one separate. It's going up. Oh, he's going. Is it peel?
He's in it. He's in the mech. He's getting ready to be launched.
Once. Here go. Whoa, he's in it. What's he doing? He's going. He's ready to blast off. How does swing window? That's sweet.
Watch your feet.
Panther, take it off.
She kept those keys.
Panther, diving into ambush.
That's you. Okay. What's that? What's that? Pokemon? The Coke? Oh, that's you. Oh, he had it when that robot. That's a robot. He's a robot. He's up. Where does it go? No.
Watch your feet, boy. You're messing with my gameplay. You getting down?
No.
Alright, get down. Of course. what the heck happened? Oh, I had my shield up. That's what happened. Oops.
Ready for deployment.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Fire control system online. Shields online. Not ready. Shield deactivated.
She must be.
Insufficient engine output.
Come on. How am I completely stun locked? You're good, buddy. I'm not talking to you. Don't worry. Ah!
Enemy down. Ready for deployment.
Because I didn't have any out. Oh, there's that Tricera guy.
Diving into ambush.
Fire control system unlocked. Weapon not ready. Large chlorite extractor deployed in 10 seconds. Shield online. Large chlorite extractor deployed. Energy low. Weapon not ready.
Where's the rest of the team?
Double kill. Ready for deployment.
Probably gonna lose. That's okay. Just a quick play.
Panther, diving into
Oh, we're winning.
Fire control system unlocked. Chlorite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chlorite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Attack marked target.
Tricera, holding down the front.
Chlorite extractor deployed. Energy low. Weapon not ready. Shield online. Got to take this apart first. Skylander here. The sky is ours.
These stinking brutal guys.
Inspection sequence.
Got 1 kill, 4 deaths.
Victory.
Still won, but I got destroyed. Oh, 3.9.
MVP. Skyraider will bomb him to smithereens.
It was a bad game. Died 5 times, 4 times. Got 1 assist. Try one more. One more of this casual.
Stego, Panaka, ready to strike. Lumine, ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike.
Try some dice. Sarah.
Aleseness, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting Coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Escort the payload along
Forget
the
it.
route to the launch site. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the payload. Make sure to reach the destination before the enemy.
Tricera, taking off.
Objective. Activate signal consoles and guide payload to destination. Console A activated in 20 seconds. Assist. Reloading. You can't get enough, huh? Signal console activated. The payload is circulating. Reloading. Assist.
Okay.
Night puppy.
Assist. Diving into ambush. Victory.
What does the one key do? Tricera is kind of fun. Redemption.
MVP. There's no escape from Stego's barrage.
Deco. 5, 4. It'll work. Where do you like go? Upstairs? Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, 2 dislikes now. Hey, your mom texted love. Yeah. You want me to see what it says and tell you? It her saying well wishes about more in depth than that, but it just well wishes about your upcoming, due date. All right, love you too. Love you, buddy. See you, Bobby. Ah. Good, Bobby. Okay. No, that's okay. Mm. Fine. Yeah, I'm turning the lights down.
Now I know why you don't.
Yeah, because the tent's a pain to put away. Dun, 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 dun. See how he makes these.
Exactly the same on the tip, like so. But you will have a leaning support like this.
Little break.
There's a shortcut to make every support that you select on Lychee back to a vertical position without having to be fumbling around with either of the tips. So you click Alt-R, and now you have a vertical pillar, like so. And it will self-adjust around the edges to have distancing from the model, like so. So now you can do whatever you need, and now, because it generated another ball joint, another pivot point, you can see that you can control just the top, like so. But you can have more granularity in what you're doing with each section of the support itself. And that's when the advanced mode gets to be really useful. So we are going to show you now the advanced mode. By the way, I will do some of the examples using some shortcuts that will be needed, but we are going to do another video just on the shortcuts so you can have a short, sweet, compiled video with the shortcuts that you might encounter in Lychee. I'm just going to refer a few. Feel free to learn them as you go. So I'm going to place another support like so, but now I'm going to click on spacebar, which is the shortcut to advanced mode. So now it turned orange, like so. And now you can see that you have, like I said on the other video, the different sections on the advanced modes, the anatomy of a support, like so.
Besides God.
By the way, this video is a bit longer because we are trying to cover several types of supports. So sorry for that. We created a normal support like so. And now imagine that I want to support the mouth of the horse, like so, or the chin. But I don't want it to attach it to the build plate for some reason. Imagine that you want to, what we call parenting. You want to do basically a branch from the main trunk. Imagine this has a tree, and you have the main trunk like this, and you want to do branches, which I quite like the aesthetics. I find it quite nice. You just click on Alt key, and you select every time you will select the point A and point B. That would be either your point of origin and point of attachment. So what this does is I select already the pillars, so I have my point A. And I will select my point B to where I want to attach the support. Boom. Done. Now we have clipping. But regardless, I will do another one. Boom. So you always select, while pressing the Alt key, where you want to start and where you want to end, just like so. So now I can create an infinite number of supports. And now you might ask, oh, but is this limited to the main trunk? No, I can do this same support from each new support that we created. We can go indefinitely, just like so. We can do crazy stuff, just like so. As you can see, I just created a structure really quickly, just with branches, just like this, using the Alt key. The Alt key is also what we call our bracing key. And why? Because you can create a branch that will support certain part of the model, or you can create a secondary support that will support the support. Sorry for the pun. But it will attach it to the build plate like so. So if you hover above the support like this, it will not show anything. But if you click Alt, you will see the preview of what it will try to generate. So I'm clicking Alt right now, and you can see that it's basically a bracing. So we have a weird angle like that. That would have serious problems printing. It would not be that reliable. But now I just basically created the brace. And now I can create manually the amount of braces that I want and create kind of a spider web, just like so, and do whatever I want just with the Alt key. I'm constantly pressing the Alt key between each segment that I create. So this can also be your bracing key. You can create your manual bracings like so. Or if you have, imagine that you have a singular, really tall pillar, just like so, and you are kind of doubtful that this will print without any wobbliness. wobbliness, sorry for that, due to the imperfections on, let's face it, on the machines that we are using. What a thing that you can do, it's okay, imagine that this is a singular pillar right here, you have nothing to brace it to, like, damn, what do I do now? So imagine that this is the Saturn V, just create a launch pad. So you can have it like so. And now if you select all of them, you can even create another one, like so. Imagine that you now select all of them and click bracings. Look at that. You cannot have it more braced like that. So now you have your Saturn V just like so. So this is the main functionality of the Alt key. It's either bracings or creating branches from a common point to support usually details on models. This supports, if not braced properly, they don't hold much suction forces, but they are really good for detail. That is a good segue for the next kind of support. I'm gonna lead some, and you are gonna see another kind of support that we call mini supports. You might have seen those before. And those supports are mini supports that branch out of anything. So the difference is the mini support doesn't create the regular structure. Like if you see the branches, they still have a main pillar and they have more or less the same structure as a normal one. The mini supports, they don't. They are just literally a thin support that goes to something that you chose. So like so. The shortcut for this is Alt Control. So you select once again point A, then point B, and you can do whatever you need with those, just like so. As you can see, mini supports for days. You can have as many as you want. One of our advices to anyone who uses them is if you have the space to inflate the tip, use it. So instead of having all the same diameter from point A to point B, you will have a tapering tip that goes from a cone to the actual tip. Because that will not change the damage you will do to the tip of the model, but it may increase the reliability of the actual thin support. So what you do if you have the advanced mode is you go to base tip diameter, and you increase the value to whatever you want, and now you have a cone, just like so. So this increases the reliability without any added damage to the model, because the tip is still the same size as the other ones. So it's just a little trick for you guys. So this is another trick, another type of support that we call the mini supports. But these mini supports, they have a nice thing, is they also move in classic mode, and you might find this useful. Imagine that you create several of these, just like so, and sometimes the advanced mode is quite tricky to get right. You can still move it in the classic mode, just like so, and release it and move it in classic. We use the classic mode on thin supports quite a lot because it's a bit more, it's faster. So this is the other kind of support that you can do. The latest iteration of Lychee released another shortkey that added a new functionality to the supports. It's called Supports to Nowhere, and we are going to do a special video on those because they deserve the video on those particularly. But I can tell you that now you can put supports that don't actually attach to nowhere. So they don't need to be attached to the model or another support. They can be ending mid-air, just like a pillar. So if you click on Control, which is the shortcut for this, you will have, and if you release it, you will have a pillar that basically goes to nowhere. So from here you can create another, and you can do all crazy stuff with this. So as you can see, we can create whatever structure we need with just this. So this is quite revolutionary. So yeah, this is the other kind of support that you can use. Well, that was all. I hope you guys enjoy it, and we will drop a link to our Discord if you guys have any doubt or just want to engage with our amazing community over there, and learn more about 3D printing and support. Just, yeah, you are welcome. And
Cool. See.
We now have new evidence confirming that the BBC are essentially a propaganda machine against the Jews and Israel, and of course the Western values in general. On this channel, we usually tend to also give big shout outs to other journalists who do a great job. In this situation, we're talking about David Collier, award-winning investigative journalist who actually did a very good job, obviously exposing the BBC. We're going to go through his work and what he's actually discovered about the BBC and recent reportings of this organization. Let's start with this. David said, exclusive. Yesterday, BBC News, their flagship program, BBC Verify, which is a fact-checking program allegedly, published blatant pro-Iranian propaganda. BBC Verify is an amateurish propaganda device that is driven by unacceptable bias and publishes blatant lies worthy of a Russian Soviet-era misinformation service. Now let's begin. Number one. All right. BBC Verify published a 1 minute and 20-second video titled "Where Iran's Missiles Struck in Israel." The BBC tells us the video is to counter false imagery circulated online. They say they verified strikes in the vicinity of 3 key locations, all of them military sites. So obviously the IRGC said we only hit military sites. The BBC showed Mossad headquarters, air bases, saying yes, they hit here. Basically, Iran, whatever Iran says, is true. David then says, this creates an immediate problem. Why only these 3? For example, a verified strike by Ramat Gan, a shopping center, remember the shopping malls that was hit, has not been included. For some reason, BBC Verify left known strikes, such as the one on the shopping mall, out of their analysis. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that BBC Verify were deliberately publishing a pro-Iranian propaganda line that the missiles were fired only at military sites. Yep. It gets a lot worse, David says. Watch this. Look at this. When the journalist turns to the attack on the Telnov base, things become surreal. We find the base was not hit at all, the military base. This is the script. In this video, you can see a crater where a missile has landed. It is not the airbase itself, but a school a few miles away. That's according to the BBC themselves. They debunked their own original claim, but in a very quick, just subtle way. And then David says, what? So the Iranians didn't hit the airbase, they hit a school. So why isn't it the school that is listed on, that isn't obviously listed on in the map? How on earth can BBC Verify know the intended target was the airbase? The school was about 5 miles from the airbase. It is in a different place entirely. Just because the IRGC told the BBC says, yeah, trust the IRGC. Context. Below on the map are 2 marks, Gaza city centre and Jabalia camp. 5 miles between them. Would BBC Verify report a strike on a school in Jabalia as a strike on a Hamas military target 5 miles away? Wouldn't they call this disinformation? Very fair question. David continues. The BBC Verified journalist who did all this, by the way, presenting it, is actually Nawal al-Maghafi. She is a Yemeni born. Earlier in her career, she seems to have worked with Al Jazeera, Middle East Eye, and even the Iranian mouthpiece Press TV. These are the people that BBC recruits. DEI, diversity, and all this nonsense.
Equity and inclusion did not earn it.
The BBC is in a mess. They are literally hiring traitors, the enemies of the West. This is the example, for example. This is what Nawal said. David says, There are things like this from her social media, Free Palestine hashtags and images of the pro-Iranian cults and all the others. This is the same so-called impartial, unbiased BBC journalist unable to differentiate between a strike on a school and a military target. Nawal al-Maghafi says, this picture speaks for itself. Hashtag Gaza, hashtag Free Palestine, hashtag London. It's basically a couple of Jews.
Yeah, I saw this morning. This fighter jet crash
The pilot of the
into
F-7
a
fighter jet
college.
was on a training flight and smashed into the K-12 school just after takeoff.
Jeez.
First responders combed through the charred building. The plane crash happened in the middle of the afternoon while the school was full of teachers and students. I was picking up my kids and I heard something coming from behind. When I looked back, I only saw smoke and fire, this teacher said. Parents rushed to find and pick up their children, while others watched recovery efforts in horror. Jewel found his daughter alive amid the wreckage. When I came here, I saw there was a huge fire and the dead body of a child, he said. In a statement, the military said the aircraft had a technical malfunction. The pilot was killed, along with at least 20 students and teachers.
Pilot couldn't eject. Maybe too low to the ground.
Richard, from what we understand, the pilot was trying to avoid even more populated areas?
So a statement was released, and it said that the pilot did take some evasive action, that he, in the little time that he had, he tried to avoid a populated area and had this terrible choice to make and crashed into a building that ultimately was a school, killing teachers, students, and himself.
Terrible choices, right. Okay, Richard, good to see you in studio. We thank you for
Choice to call. Where to crash at, you know?
White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm Emanuel. So smart, Rahm Emanuel. And so we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that appealed to those white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old, and he got 81 million votes.
Sit down. Hunter tore into the Secot prison in El Salvador, where Trump has sent violent criminals who were in the U.S. illegally. I'm all for that prison and doing this, by the way. I'm on Trump's side of this one. Our age former first son told the YouTube personality that if he were president, he would call the president in El Salvador and say, you either effing send them back or I'm going to invade. Well, you're an idiot, Hunter. To compare the prison to a Nazi concentration camp, saying, am I describing Germany? Or yeah, it's a little cleaner than a Nazi propaganda attempt. Think that prison in Salvador is not a concentration camp? You're out of your effing mind. Tell me anyone that's returning from there. Well, they're not meant to return. They're meant to serve a prison sentence and then either be released into El Salvador's population or return to their home country. But they're not coming back to the U.S. They don't belong here. That's a death camp. They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you'd want to be dead if you were in that prison, he declared. Hunter also raged against Democrats for appeasing what he called the effing Trumpian sense of white voters. Trump had a pretty vast base. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a effing violent crime than an immigrant, he said. A legal immigrant, perhaps, but not an illegal one. There's a difference in the terminology there, Hunter. You forgot to add the illegal part in front of it, because illegal immigrants have already committed a crime by coming here illegally. before claiming that the only person who appealed to those effing white voters was his father because he challenged their effing Trumpian sense. He's just worried he's going to get caught. The angry interview sparked backlash on X. Kind of weird how the man who literally got a pardon is talking about how we should bring back all the criminal illegal aliens that were deported. This entire interview sounded like parody, but actually real. Is actually real. Matt Van Swole. Ah, yes, Hunter Biden, the voice and conscience of the modern Democrat Party. He's not well. Not a good look, Hunter. Yeah, that's just a stupid take. Stupid take.
$2025, man, 2025. We predicted that this was going to be a pretty rough year for Dawa. Long story short, several years ago, Yasser Qadi exposed the holes in the narrative and destroyed a lot of people's confidence in the Quran. Well, now we have holes in the narrative 2.0, where he destroys their confidence in the Hadith.
Even more.
Yasser Qadi, for one brief moment in his life, tells the truth. And the moment he opens his mouth and tells the truth, all the Dawa guys have to declare war on him because they're worried about him destroying the faith of Muslims. So that happened with the holes in the narrative for just a little bit of his entire career. He was finally honest because he was forced into that position. He was forced into that position where everyone's paying attention to him and he's being called for emails that Reed leaked. He couldn't just blurt out the standard narrative anymore. He had to admit that Muslims have been misled by these claims. They bought into a bunch of Dawa lies. He did not want to acknowledge the truth, but he let way too much out. The Muslim community lost their minds, and so the Dawa guys had to attack him. Shame on him, and he had to try and save face and so on. And now we've got 2.0, where he blasts the Hadith and says, basically, Islamic Hadith methodology is garbage to academics, and no serious academic would take this seriously. And so he acknowledges he has to live a double life. He lives one life where he's interacting with scholars, non-Muslim scholars and so on. And then when he's talking to Muslims, he has to turn all that off and just operate by faith. So the academic Yasser Qadi knows the Hadith cannot stand up to scrutiny, but the devout Muslim Yasser Qadi, he just accepts it all and quotes the Hadith as if this is actually the words of Muhammad. Yasser Qadi, let me just say, if you never do anything to help us ever again, just know that you've done plenty. You've done plenty.
This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out, and you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult.
When you're at the very beginning of becoming a student of knowledge, you're actually starting to study the text of the Quran and things like that. You go, what is all this stuff? Why? Because you've been told all your life, no variance, perfect preservation, dot for dot. And then as soon as you start studying, they start talking about different Qurans and the Ahruf. And then you start learning from your scholars and they tell you, oh, this is easy. We have all this stuff figured out. Yeah. And you memorize this stuff. And then, of course, if you do a deep dive, you study even more, you start realizing these explanations don't make any sense at all. They don't actually work. Who's done more damage to Dawa, Muhammad Hijab or Yasser Qadi? It's very different kinds of damage.
That's exactly what I just wanted to say. That's that it's a different kind of damage. So it's hard to compare because the two have a very different kind of doing damage to Islam, to Dawah. And they're both doing it very well, honestly. On an academic level, Yasser Qadi has done more damage. On another level, on a more popular level, Muhammad Hijab has done significantly more damage. So they both are very good players in their own field.
I think when they team up, that was very, very helpful. It was very helpful to Muslims to become ex-Muslim.
My preliminary conclusion is there is no middle ground, and historical critical method and isnad analysis are two diametrically opposed ways of looking at early Islam and reports. and I don't find much commonality between them.
There's no middle ground. They're just completely opposed ways of doing things. The historical critical method, that's what historians use. And then isnad criticism is the Muslim method. In theory, I guess, try to reconcile them or try to bridge them. And he's saying does not work.
So in some areas, there's good, healthy overlap. In some areas, we'll politely agree to disagree. And in some areas, they're diametrically opposed. This is my preliminary analysis, and I would love to be proven wrong. And I would love for somebody to come and say, no, you are absolutely incorrect. And we can prove hadith via the historical critical method. And this is how we do it.
Spoiler alert, that's never going to happen, Yasser Qadhi,
No.
because your hadith methodology is garbage. So no one's ever going to refute
Because the Quran is garbage.
what you're saying right now, namely that they're diametrically opposed.
I'm a little bit pessimistic, and I don't see there to be much of a commonality. So we're going to have to simply say, if you believe in the, that the Sunnah has been preserved by the Hadith, you're going to have to follow a certain epistemology, a certain paradigm. And if you are, like, as you're aware, and you're an academic channel, right? You're well aware, nobody in the academy affirms the Muslim Sunni science of Hadith.
Did you catch that? No one in the academic realm.
Wow.
That this is a
No
good
one.
methodology that should be taken seriously. No, once you get out of the Muslim mindset of like a sheikh and what he says, anything more critical, no one takes this seriously.
It is considered to be completely discredited. I'm just.
Wow, man, he just has to double down with the wording.
That's what he said. That's what he. Everyone, that just happened. You are not imagining this. You are not dreaming. Allah's not tricking you into believing that that just happened. That really happened. It's considered completely discredited by actual historians, real historians, people who are trained historians. They look at that methodology and they think it's a joke. It is a complete joke to them. Yeah, we've known that. Yasser Qadhi just admitted it. Guys, if you go back to like 2005, 2008 or something like that, look at what we were saying back then and look at what Muslims were saying back then and then look at who turned out to be right. Back then, they were saying perfect preservation right down to the letter.
Which is not true.
That's a total lie. Who was proven right? We were saying the scientific miracle stuff is a bunch of nonsense. They even admit that now. And we were saying you got all sorts of problems with hadith methodology. It's all screwed up. And now you've got Yasser Qadhi admit. Are you guys noticing a pattern? We disagree, and it takes 10, 15, 20 years to argue about this stuff, but we keep getting proven right every single time, and they get proven to be liars every single time. Why do you still trust these guys? Why? If you see this and you see the guys who are telling these guys are disagreeing, and you side with the Muslims because you're a Muslim.
They would exposing Muslims one day at a time. Just more Tricera. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go down and add a white coat of paint downstairs and go from there. We'll see if I'm hanging in there. Feeling a little tired, but might be willing to chill still. Not sure, but I will be right back. Alright. I need to check out the weaponry. See what his one does. Oh. Sarah does do repairs. %4 per second. Okay. Alright, first coat of white is on the snowman. Put a second coat on, sand him, and then probably put a third coat on. Okay, cool. I'll play some arch ignition. Put it up. Put him. I ate 2, so it's my house. I can eat 2 snack packs if I want. 2 snack packs. Yeah, we'll play some Tricera a little bit more. I'm gonna finish out the missions anyway on. And maybe play Panther, get those assists. Or Aquila, I'm not sure. Ooh, I'm almost at the 5,000 more. Who should I get? Probably we'll get Stellaris, since I really like the brawly style ones. Although Inferno does look pretty darn cool, huh? Serenith. They have the original Gundam. I think. Alisness. Has a spear as a secondary weapon. Laser gun as a secondary. Or primary. Almost ready. All right. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and Twitch Prime. Here we go. Barely 2 minutes, 8 seconds. Oh.
Sky Raider, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike.
Heather.
Panther, ready to strike.
I'd much rather play Aquila, but
Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting Coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
Panther, taking off. Panther, diving into ambush.
Objective. Secure and submit keys. Warning. You are leaving. Warning. You are... Key generates at point A in 60 seconds.
What did I miss?
Enemy down. Energy low. Energy low. Shield offline. Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now.
You spot it, you pop it.
Shield
Ah.
online. Weapon not ready. Enemy carrier down. Key intercepted. Energy low. Key generates at point C in 30 seconds. Shield online. Unavailable. Shield online.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Shield online. Assist. Key generated at point C. Unavailable. Assist. Weapon not ready. Assist.
I truly feel pity for you.
Energy low. Melee low. Energy low. Weapon not ready. Assist. Key secured. Provide cover. Weapon not ready. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Enemy down. Insufficient engine output. Assist. Shield deactivated. Weapon not ready. Shield activated. Key secured. Provide cover.
I truly feel pity for you.
Shield online. Weapon not ready. Assist. Key generates at point B America delivering justice and salvation.
Triple double. Wow, I need one more assist.
Simone Ladine, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Yeah, sorry. Probably I'm just gonna listen to Sean Ryan's 4-hour episode and maybe comment on it. But I'm sure it'll get blocked if I show it on stream here. So I'm just watching it over to the side while I play this.
Panther, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Stellaris, ready to strike. Sky Raider, ready to strike. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Might bridge initiated.
Capture and defend the 3 data nodes. They're key to controlling the facility. Make sure to capture them before the enemy.
Panther, taking off. Panther,
Objective.
diving into
Seize
ambush.
data nodes and gain control of the facility. Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system unlocked. Node A activates in 10 seconds. Weapon not ready. Node A activated. Seize immediately. Energy low. Defense mode.
Oh, I can't get out of here.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Where is this guy shooting me from?
Initiating ejection sequence. First kill. Ready for deployment.
Panther,
Node B
diving into
captured by
ambush.
enemy. Optical camo node C captured. Stabilizing. Capturing data node. Node B captured.
Tricera, holding down the front.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Melee Node B captured by enemy. Weapon not ready. Capturing data node. Node B captured. Shield online. Node C captured.
Stellaris, sneaking up for a backline ambush.
Stabilizing. Node B captured by enemy. Defense mode. Node C captured by enemy.
Tricera, holding down the front.
Node B captured. Weapon not ready.
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Energy low. Weapon not ready. Capturing data node. Node C captured. Melee mode. Weapon not ready. Unavailable. Shield activated.
Oh, you're pooped out of luck the day you see me.
Fire from left. Weapon not ready. Node B captured by enemy.
Can't fight Tricera.
Initiating ejection sequence. Ready for deployment. Striker ready. Switching to boarding mode.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Optical camo drone will soon go off. Fire control system.
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Stabilizing. Node C captured. Melee mode.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Stabilizing. Unavailable. Stabilizing. Insufficient engine output. Weapon not ready. Node C captured by enemy.
That's ridiculous.
MVP. There's nothing Lumine can't patch up.
Illuminate go invisible? I just don't. She would sneak in and take the point. Like always. TV. Let's get something going.
Panther, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Sky Raider, ready to strike. Narukami, pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Capture and defend the 3 data nodes in the crop sinkhole. Capturing the nodes recovers abnormal mining data in the sinkhole. Recover data before Windrose destroys the mine.
Panther, taking off. Panther, diving into ambush.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing. Node A activates in 10 seconds. Melee mode. Energy mode.
Gotta go see that!
Assist. Weapon not ready. Weapon not ready. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output. Shield online. Insufficient engine output. Weapon not ready. Energy low.
Ah, shoot.
Energy low. Shield offline. Node B captured. Shield online. Weapon not ready. Assist. Defense mode. Weapon not ready. Shield deactivated. Melee mode. Enemy down. Not ready. Stabilizing. Shield online. Node A captured. Energy low. Node B captured by enemy. Stabilizing. Energy low.
Engage this target.
Melee mode. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Node C captured by enemy. Energy low. Defense mode. Weapon not ready. Melee mode. Node C captured. Unavailable. Weapon not ready. Enemy down. Insufficient engine output. Capturing data node. Capturing data node.
Better go seize that node!
Shield offline. Node C captured. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Energy low. Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Victory!
Yeah, we won.
Enemy down. MVP.
There's no escape from Stego's barrage.
I hear the wife. She's coming. Dum 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 dum. Alright, little break from this game. Maybe I'd do the orca. That might be good. Or the polar bear. Probably panda. Oh, not panda, polar bear. What is this? Oh, the dragon. That's wow. That's some cool detail. Okay, too big for this. Yeah, that's better. While that's processing, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Okay, this is printed. Cost about €4. Okay. USD. Why is it in euros? It's okay. Watching the Sean Ryan show. I'll save that for later. Open a new tab so I can watch that later. Our voice is kind of annoying.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft out to the Los Angeles area right now. Sky Fox overhead of a police pursuit of a possible DUI suspect there. I'm being told this is in the Woodland Hills area. California Highway Patrol, as you see there, in pursuit right behind. Okay. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. This has been going on for quite some time from what I've been reading, from what my producers have been telling me. You can see there, though, this red sedan is weaving in and out of what looks to be light traffic right now. It's almost 8 o'clock here on this Monday night on the West Coast. But you can see, oh, look at that. Extremely reckless now getting off the ramp here. You see where this is going. This is the 101 South, exit 21. This is in Encino. Police very close behind. We'll see if they attempt some type of pit maneuver. Remember, the pursuit needs to be at slow speeds in order to attempt that. It's not at slow speeds right now, about 75 miles per hour on these main roads here. So not on the freeway. They just got off the freeway, this driver. And it is kind of wild and abandoned. No traffic impeding this driver right now. But you see a lot of these cars. They are pulling to the side to let the police get through here. Remember, this is extremely dangerous for other drivers on the road. Okay, so some traffic here. Viewer discretion. Okay, wow, look at that. That is why these chases are so dangerous. That driver ran a red light. Oncoming traffic. Sparing him ever so slightly. Not entirely sure how many drivers there are, or excuse me, how many people are in the car. We know there is a driver, obviously.
Oh, we had one failure.
This is a possible DUI suspect. Not entirely sure,
No.
say, if there's a passenger or not. Oh, wow. He's driving on the other side of the road here. Take a look at that. That is extremely dangerous. All right, so because it's a DUI suspect, you just don't know how impaired the suspect could be and under, what substance they're impaired from or by. And so you see there police honing in, narrowing in, not too far behind at all. But this is an Encino, if you're familiar with the area there in Southern California. Hopefully we can check in with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team about this. But like I said, this driver has been extremely reckless and erratic. And we'll see whether or not police can get this under control and subdue this suspect and bring them into custody here. So CHP, that's California Highway Patrol, cruisers, they are pursuing behind. Oh, look at that. That guy was running across the street, probably didn't even know this police pursuit was happening. But look at how clear the roads are. No traffic to speak of. You see there, he just ran a stop sign. It is almost 8 p.m., and so maybe that's why. And he's on some of these main, yes, but side roads as well. Okay, let's see whether or not this driver gets back onto the freeway. You saw there, he left the road briefly into the brush there. And we'll see whether or not CHP officers can cut the driver off. Now, they're a little further behind now. You just have to wonder whether or not these drivers wear out, whether the confidence runs thin here. Now it's on some side street of this neighborhood. You never really know about the psyche of some of these drivers, why they lead police on these very long pursuits, especially this one, which could be this DUI suspect. This driver could be impaired. That's what makes this so dangerous. And so here you can see high speeds yet again for this chase, this red sedan. Not entirely sure what type of car this is. Okay, so take a look at this. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. Look at these trucks. They're moving to the side in order to stay safe. Still now some medium traffic there. We'll see what this driver does. There he goes. So it looks like for now, only 2 of these cruisers behind. don't see any more. But every time we see chases like this, and these drivers, these suspects get up to an intersection, you never know what they're going to do, and they're bold. Oh wow! Oh wow! That was close there. Wow! Look at that. Swerving now in the center lane. Looks like they're attempting to try a pit maneuver. They're trying to get lateral and perpendicular to the car itself. This is extremely fast, high speed, very dangerous here. And you see the cars getting caught in the middle of it. You got to spare a thought for those drivers. This is extremely dangerous, extremely volatile situation on the streets. It looks like we're now in Lake Balboa. This is about half an hour outside of Los Angeles, and that car is going upwards of 100 miles per hour on these streets. Remember, he's not even on the freeway.
100.
We'll see if he gets back on the freeway. But this is very dangerous. And you just have to wonder, when is this driver going to decide that enough is enough? And what are the police going to do? Remember, this is too fast to attempt a pit maneuver. And you see, this is how minute by minute, second by second, these drivers approach these things. They're trying to figure it out, as you would imagine. They're trying to evade law enforcement. Law enforcement is trying to bring this under control here. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm going to say that every time we see this go through an intersection because you never know what's going to happen.
Shoot.
So Skyfox overhead right now. We're nearing the top of a new hour there in Los Angeles. This is in Southern California. We'll see whether or not Skyfox keeps with it. Right now, it seems like Skyfox is looking for the chase. Sometimes the chopper needs to refuel. Don't know what's going on with that right now. So bear with us here. So we don't know where this driver is. We don't know where the chase is. They're trying to find it, and they found it. There it is. So, yes, back on the freeway, it looks like. This is the 405 South. Upwards of 110 miles per hour. This suspect is taking this police on. I mean, remember, it's a possible DUI suspect, and so now that we're on the highway, it could be very dangerous. And so we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see whether or not any of these CHP officers do call for backup. We only have seen 2 of them so far trailing behind. This is a very fast chase. I've covered a lot of these. I have never, ever seen it or seen one this fast. And that is why this is so dangerous. But as you can see there, no traffic. It looks like they're in kind of the HOV lane. Trying to weave in and out of traffic. Very erratic, very reckless here. We'll see whether or not this suspect stays on the freeway or gets off on yet another ramp here. We're in Sherman Oaks now. Okay, yes, that's what's happening. They're getting off. Wow. Okay, and here we go. Look at that. Crashing into the embankment there, the concrete embankment. Look at that. You see there's a Tesla parked in a driveway. Viewer discretion is advised. CHP officers now on the scene, out of their vehicle. You see there that sign he also crashed into, opening the passenger side door. They're trying to get the driver's side door open. But that's what happens when these suspects drive at such high speeds. It can end like this. They lose control of the very car here. Okay.
Oh, man.
Viewer discretion is advised. They're taking him out of the car. Looks to be a male suspect, wearing jeans, a white t-shirt, looks kind of tall. CHP officers now handcuffing them. But look at that. Look at that. Look, the red sedan right into that Navy Tesla. And you see there straight through the shrubs there and the concrete embankment. Wow. And back up now getting onto the scene here. More CHP cruisers joining to assist as they take this individual into custody. Now we're hearing this was just a possible DUI suspect.
For just a couple of keycaps.
That could
Anybody's
change.
interested in them?
He maybe have sought for something else. We just don't know.
Right.
He's now on the sidewalk, sitting handcuffed. You gotta wonder who lives in these homes here, whether or not they are home at the time, if they are, whether or not they know even what's happening. Look at that. Look how strong the impact of the crash was. Those cinder blocks
Where
on the
the mate-
sidewalk below there.
Oh.
Now you can get a better
I might be able to do some
facial
customized
profile
ones. I've
of
made
the suspect.
clear Modern Warfare ones, Rockstar.
Full relief here. They just took his selfie.
What else? Darth Maul. Stormtrooper with Clone Trooper helmet.
Looks like they're asking him some questions, probably reading his Miranda rights.
What else?
And you saw it. They manhandled and dragged him out of the passenger side door because they could not get the driver's side door open because of this crash.
Do it.
So we're going to stay on this until they put him back into the police cruiser. I would imagine the suspect's pretty dazed and confused right now. But like I said, we cover a lot of police chases here. That one was one of the fastest I have ever seen. And then just like that, they end in dramatic fashion like we just saw. Thankfully, no one was hurt. And now the driver's going to have to face the consequences for what he led CHP officers
Go to
on.
jail.
Thankfully, I just have to say, thankfully, no one was struck by this car. No one was injured by this car during the course of this pursuit. That was my main concern. It's always my main concern. Okay, you see there now CHP officers checking out this Tesla there. Look at this this gentleman there coming out probably to look at his car. You see some people there in the driveway of the home probably scratching their heads. What just happened?
Wash them tomorrow. I gotta go wash my hands. I'll be right back.
So thankfully, it doesn't appear that anyone was in that parked car at the time, but you can see the moment of impact there and all that kind of dirt and mulch and debris from these shrubs and the cement embankment resting on top of that Tesla there. So, like I said, what a dramatic end to this police pursuit here. We are nearing the top of the hour. It's almost 8 o'clock there in Southern California. Let's stay on this shot. Stand by. More where that came from.
Graham cracker time, guys.
Okay, so we will
Graham crackers and
wait and see when this suspect will be
Almost
taken
good as Oreo.
there
Oh.
into one of these police cruisers, as you can see
Not
there.
exactly as good.
So I believe this ended in Encino, and now you have a lot of these CHP officers talking with this suspect there. I wonder if he needs to have any medical attention, but you can see some of the residents in these homes come out to take a look to see what happened in their driveway, of all places.
Why do people
It's now
do this
8
to
o'clock there.
themselves? I whip my hair back and I whip my hair back and forth. Yeah, we saw that. It's 100 active duty Marines to be withdrawn from LA. Oh, the Grinch. Miss Karen Grinch Bath. She does. She looks horribly like the Grinch. Like in his most evil looking face ever. I cannot stand her face. Her voice is annoying. Her face is annoying. Like, just everything about her just, like, irks me. But she's not good. Not a good person. She just wants destruction and chaos. I don't even want to listen to it. I can't stand how she talks. All I know is she's going to be like, great, now we can do whatever we want again in the city. Which is not the case. Oh no. Oh no. Apparently that's her headquarters. AOC funds genocide in Gaza. I don't know about that, but... What's this? U.S. Representative AOC was vandalized by anti-Israel protests. Yep, I think we got that from the image. AOC's office was attacked from the far left. Squad member voted against cutting U.S. funding for Israel. On Sunday, the headquarters was seen splattered with red paint and adored with signs accusing Cortez of funding genocide in Gaza. Cortez's decision to vote against stopping the Jewish state's missile defense funding went against her fellow squad members' votes. The group Boogie Down Liberation Front claimed responsibility for the attack, according to reporter Ahsoka. Huh. The group released a statement following the vandalism, blasting AOC and accusing her of hypocrisy. The Bronx is sick and tired of people like AOC and Richie Torres using us as a stepping stone for their own political careers, since she's not even from the Bronx. If it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, then maybe it is a duck. How stupid is it? Like,
The president's push to move on is not dissipating drama around the DOJ files of the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, including top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries.
From the American people.
Dollar Store Obama.
The files.
While House Speaker Mike Johnson today...
Or Timu Obama, is that what they call him?
There is no daylight between the House, Republicans, the House, and the President on maximum transparency.
But more questions on the White House driveway about whether the FBI will open its files after the president said he wants grand jury testimony about Epstein released following pressure from his own MAGA base. Is the president satisfied that his own supporters are not heeding his call to let it go and to move on?
I know the president would reject that, Kelly. In fact, he cited over the weekend some polls showing that his approval rating with the Republican Party is actually at an all-time high.
Will he call on Kash Patel to do more?
The president has told the Attorney General and the FBI director to release any credible evidence that they find.
Credible. That's the key word, credible, because a lot of it could have been tampered with.
1 year after Joe...
Since there was a lot of tampering already in the system, especially like concerning like the Russian situation, Hunter Biden's laptop, all that junk. There's a bunch of tampering going down with that.
Biden dropped out of the 2024 race. His son, Hunter, offered a new theory about Mr. Biden's struggle at that fateful debate.
Oh no.
Thank you, President Biden.
Blaming sleep aid Ambien taken around his foreign travel for his performance.
He's 81 years old. He's tired of you give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights.
Hunter Biden also lashed
Sure.
out at actor and Democratic supporter George Clooney for calling on his father.
Yeah, Hunter Biden's a joke. Don't give him a platform to speak from, please.
Well, the FAA is investigating a close call in the skies after a passenger jet nearly collided with a B-52 bomber. One passenger recorded the pilot's calm voice during this emergency last week.
Long story short, it was not fun, but I do apologize for it, and thank you for understanding. It was not a fun day at work. Have a nice evening.
Well, that SkyWest flight was headed towards Vano International Airport. This was in North Dakota.
Dakota.
With a bomber from the nearby Air Force Base. The pilot told the passengers he made what he called an aggressive maneuver to avoid colliding with that bomber, and then the flight landed safely. In the capital city of Bangladesh, at least 19 people were killed and more than 100 injured after a military training jet.
We've seen this. Porter flees to shelter after Russia launches drone missiles attack on Kyiv. Looks like something out of an apocalyptic movie, doesn't it?
Oh God. Okay. Good morning.
Jordan Boss.
It's the middle of the night here in Kyiv. It's about 3:30 in the morning, and there have been really loud booms all night long. Really terrifying stuff here.
Scarified. I like that.
Anyway, I've been sleeping. I haven't been going down to the shelter, but it's getting so bad right now that I am going down to the shelter. I had one of my friends text me and say, yeah, you should probably head down. So that's what I'm doing now, and you can come along with me.
Sheesh.
Yeah, so my friend, he texted me, are you in shelter? And I said, no, but I can go right now. He said, do. There's more incoming, and it doesn't sound good. So, here we go. You know, it's funny, I've been to Ukraine several times now for the post. And when I do, I usually spend some time downrange along the front lines. And that's where you really see the most
activity.
Action. And when I'm in Kyiv, I usually feel very safe. I usually don't question my safety in Kyiv, and it's different this time.
It's crazy.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was a kid in Kansas, and there was a tornado warning. I'll go down to the basement and shelter there.
Okay, enough.
I'm here at a
Crazy.
train station in Kyiv where a drone strike overnight hit as people were sheltering underneath this structure. They go into the train station metro tunnels, and that's where they take shelter, and it began to fill with smoke. It was very frightening. And as you see now, there are lots of people around here. There are people coming out of the train station and going to the train station, and that is because it is fully back and operational, even though it was just hit with this strike just a couple of hours ago. I think that really shows you how 3.5 years of war have shown in Kyiv that life must still go on after big strikes like this, and still a daily reminder of, at any point, any of these civilians can be struck or injured or hurt in one of these awful strikes.
I feel like it's always at nighttime that the drone, well, in Israel, when Israel was getting bombed, it was always nighttime over there. It wasn't daytime. Same with like what Russia bombs Ukraine. Always nighttime, never day. Obviously, it's a tactical advantage, but you would figure like the drones can, especially if it's a swarm, is going to hit their targets one way or the other. I like that picture. Oh gosh. Stop with the shorts. Stop with the shorts. I gotta start making more shorts supporting filigree rings. Huh?
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. Today's video has been a very long time coming. We're going to be looking at making a tutorial for you guys, breaking down some of our top tips and tricks for supporting jewelry models. And we're going to be starting with
These are for jewelry models.
hardest styles of jewelry to print and cast, that being filigree. Now we've already talked about filigree in a previous video where we
Would like to get into jewelry making too, but for another time and day, I think my parents are gonna get me a stained glass kit. Bedouin tells BBC. What's her voice sound like?
To Syria now, where residents in the southern city of Sueda have told the BBC there is a tense calm in the city following 7 days of violent sectarian clashes. More than 1,000 people have been killed in clashes between the Bedouin and Druze communities. But despite some reports of attacks, a ceasefire enforced by the Syrian government largely appears to be holding. Correspondent John Donison travelled to the area around Sueda, around 100 kilometres south of the capital Damascus, and sent this report.
In Sueda province.
But where do they get these guns from?
And defiance. Hundreds of Bedouin gunmen firing wildly by the roadside. Holding them back, Syrian government troops sent south to enforce a ceasefire.
Why don't they have armor? He has body armor. Why don't they have body armor?
Bedouin gunmen have been massing on this road. Now they say that they have stuck to the ceasefire deal, but they say if they don't get their hostages out, get the sick, the injured out, then they're going to go back in.
And this Bedouin leader told me it wasn't over. If the Druze don't commit to the deal, we will re-enter Sueda again, he said, even if it becomes our cemetery. Eventually, we did see some ambulances being allowed to enter the city, where hundreds of people have been killed and wounded. And earlier this morning, the first aid convoy was allowed to head towards Sueda city, now under full Druze control. But there's no electricity or running water, and food is in short supply.
Why isn't there electricity and wandering water?
The UN says 130,000 have been displaced, are also in need. At this schoolyard turned makeshift shelter, Bedouin families are waiting for aid.
Bedouin. They attacked the Druze.
Where the Druze and Bedouin could ever live side by side again.
No.
No, absolutely not, she said, as the crowd backed her up. You can't trust the Druze. They're traitors.
They're not Muslim, that's the issue.
With such a level of distrust then, this is a fragile truce. The government may be pulling back for now, but Syria is far from united. John Donison, BBC News, in Sueda province.
Molina Sinjab is in Damascus, where she gave us the latest on this tense ceasefire.
Well, apparently it's still holding so far until the early hours of the morning, which is something really positive after almost a week of really tense and violent attacks that left over 1,000.
Not just attacks, but torture, like mutilation. They were like cutting people's heads off. The Muslims, not the Druze. They were forcing the Druze to shave. They were doing all kinds of horrible things to those families, Druze and Christians that were living there.
Killed mainly from the Druze community. So far, the Syrian Ministry of Interior have also announced that some of the tribal families who were in Suwaida have been evacuated and they've managed to secure a safe passage for them. The Druze are saying that there have been a lot of missing people. They've put out a list of at least 80 missing women, and they're still trying to see
Raping, I'm sure.
Thousands have fled villages around Suwaida and have been displaced. Now, the Druze community as well, they've allowed in yesterday a convoy from the Syrian Red Crescent to enter Suwaida with aid and medical supplies. But at the moment, it's the early hours of the morning. We're still watching how this ceasefire agreement is going to unfold. Mainly, it is divided into three phases. A halt of hostilities, government forces to enter Suwaida, arrange for safe passages for civilians to be, treated, evacuated.
They were all civilians. They turned them into fighters, the men at least, even young boys. The Bedouin were using kids, and then the Druze were leaving and making like 12-year-olds men of the house to protect the family, to his sisters and his mother.
Maintain peace across this vast and tribally fractured country.
Yes, indeed. And, observers to the situation, if you know the history of Syria, the Bedouins, the tribes have always shifted alliances depending on the power structure. In the past, they worked for Hafiz al-Assad to crush the Kurds. They worked for Bashar al-Assad in the past 10 years to crush different, opposition, including the Druze. They entered Suwaida under the flag of ISIS at some point. So, they've always played with their alliances. And many people are wondering why the leadership of al-Shara would allow something like this to happen over a dispute
Because they're not Muslim.
Food container to reach a large scale of killing that is
Because the Druze are not Muslim.
Civilians who've been killed. And the Druze historically
They have a right according to their Quran.
In the past decade, they refused to join the army. They refused to join the security. They said they will not be part of the killing machine against Syrians. And today they feel that now they're being prosecuted simply because of their religion. That's the headline of the attacks. But the real reason for this attack is that the government have used this incident and used the tribal forces so that they can spread their power over this province.
Oh, how far man has fallen. What VP?
Anyways, my point is, you guys and your insane smears and your fake news, it's so bad, okay? It's so bad that my family had to look at things and they were like, oh my god, she wasn't kidding. This is not okay.
The old, as you vegan patriot fans call it, the old yoga. Yoga, yoga, yoga.
This video's commentary is satirical comedy, made exclusively for the purpose of absurd humor, and is not intended to be taken seriously by anyone, especially the degenerates featured in it. TBH.
Psychotic level of smears that don't make sense, that actually made my mom, who was freaked out after Nick doxed her, she didn't want to talk to me. She was scared that you guys were going to get infiltrated.
Oh, jeez.
She was traumatized. She was, good job. You fucked with my mom, guys. All right, on that level. And she's okay now.
Who is
But
this?
She was afraid. She thought someone was going to figure out her new information. She wouldn't give me her new number for a month and a half.
Oh,
Vegan Patriot.
Why your mom wouldn't give you her number. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that we've all heard you call
I hate these AI voices. Even like the history shows that I watch on YouTube are doing them now, and it's so annoying. Just want like an actual person to read that script. I'll read the script. Pay me. Give me a job. I'll read scripts.
We got a great show for tonight. Later on in the program, we're going to be joined by Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, famed cancer researcher and the owner of the Los Angeles Times. Perhaps he and I will be doing the Los Angeles Times crossword together.
John Stewart. Can you 3D print a self-cleaning downspout rainwater collection filter that actually works? Yeah, probably. The Godfather woke. There. Little Trinity documentary for you guys. Hopefully it's good.
Throughout history, religions and heretical sects of Christianity have attacked the Most Holy Trinity and spread various lies concerning it. To this day, many have tried to level more sophisticated
You have to believe in the triune God. You have to believe in Jesus to get into heaven.
Why should we take these objections seriously? Quite simply, the Trinity truly lies at the center of our faith as Christians. Concerning the Trinity, Pope Leo XIII writes, "This dogma is called by the doctors of the Church the substance of the New Testament, that is to say, the greatest of all mysteries, since it is the fountain and origin of them all. It is therefore necessary that as Christians we defend against these blasphemies and objections raised against the
Yeah,
Trinity."
it's 12 o'clock. I think I'm gonna head to bed. Maybe listen to some shows. I wanted to watch this with you guys, but you know what? We'll save it for tomorrow. Watch on stream later. Got it. We'll watch it later. All right. Thank you for coming out, everybody, and joining me for the stream. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button on Rumble and YouTube. Same with the subscribe button on YouTube. Follow buttons everywhere else. Twitch Primes if you got them. And I appreciate it. All right. God bless.